In early September 1944, when the Allied forces were approaching the West Wall, 14 weeks had passed since the D-Day landings in Normandy. The West Wall, the fortifications protecting Germany's western border, lay 300 miles inland from the Normandy beaches. But that was not the only way the distance could be calculated. It was also measured in slog and slaughter, hardship and destruction, trauma and exhaustion. After the D-Day landings in Normandy, hundreds of thousands of men had been killed on both sides, scores of them at a time, to gain, then often lose, just a few yards of ground. Thousands of acres of countryside were laid waste and littered with the burned-out wrecks of tanks, guns, and vehicles. Towns and villages were left a mess of smoking ruins. Eventually, German forces fleeing from the Battle of Normandy had been trapped in the Falaise Argentin pocket. Those who managed to escape were pursued all the way to the German border. The Germans fled in disarray, often in panic, but anyone who believed that they were finished was very much mistaken. Once they reached the safety of the West Wall, the Germans took on a new guise, no longer an exhausted enemy on the run, but defenders encased in fortifications of concrete and steel, which they believed to be impregnable. Originally, the West Wall, begun in 1938, had been Germany's answer to the Maginot Line, which protected eastern France from attack across the Rhine. The two fortifications faced each other across a short stretch of territory in the Saar region of southwest Germany, but the value of the West Wall at that time was diplomatic rather than military. Adolf Hitler found it very useful as a frightener. The West Wall, later known to the Allies as the Siegfried Line, helped the Führer scare the governments of Britain and France into making concessions, so feeding their policy of appeasement. It was March 1939 when Germany invaded Czechoslovakia before the British and the French at last woke up to reality. By then, the Second World War was only 6 months away. After the German conquest of France in 1940, the West Wall became irrelevant. Its machine guns and cannon were removed and sent to the Atlantic Wall, and the fortifications fell into disrepair. Even the D-Day landings in June 1944 failed to prompt the Germans to make efforts at getting the wall into better shape. It was not until the following August, when they'd already lost the Battle of Normandy, that the Germans began to think the unthinkable. The fatherland itself might soon be invaded. The potential of the West Wall could no longer be ignored. On Hitler's orders, some 360,000 civilians and boys from the Hitler Youth were set to work repairing and rearming the dilapidated defense line. Considering the short time available, this scratch workforce achieved wonders. When they'd finished, some parts of the West Wall remained weak, but others had been greatly strengthened. And even in this state, the wall was still a formidable barrier. The fortifications formed a band of natural and artificial defenses up to 5 miles deep, stretching some 400 miles from the southwest corner of the Netherlands to the Swiss border. The West Wall featured around 22,000 pillboxes, troop shelters and command posts, all interlinked and all mutually supportive. In some places, such as the rivers Rhine, Ruhr and Kiel, the terrain provided natural obstacles to invasion. Where the lie of the land failed to oblige, concrete pyramids called dragon's teeth were planted in parallel rows to obstruct attackers. Nazi propaganda, of course, touted the West Wall as impregnable. Its real purpose was not to repulse assaults, but to hold up the enemy long enough for mobile reserves to arrive and stage counterattacks. Even so, for the Allies in 1944, the difference was academic. The reality of the West Wall matched the propaganda for a very long time. Only about 12% of the German 7th Army, or rather its decimated remnants, had managed to escape from the Falaise Argentin Gap in August 1944. But before long, these remnants had formed up along the West Wall and were soon being joined by reinforcements. The German High Command had given the western defences priority, and units were transferred from the Italian front and the garrisons in Norway and Denmark. They were also removed from the Eastern Front, even though the Russians were fast approaching the Prussian border and were about to break into Germany. Nothing underlined the emergency at the West Wall more than this. For the Germans, the Russians were the most terrifying of all enemies, and civilians awaited their arrival with dread. Nevertheless, the defence against them in the east was salted for manpower, which was rushed across Germany to face the imminent danger in the west. When all were in place, the West Wall and its adjacent areas were being defended as far as the River Mersel by Army Group B under Field Marshal Walter Model, and as far as Karlsruhe by Army Group G under General Hermann Balck. The rest of the fortifications down to the border with Switzerland was defended by SS troops under their chief, Heinrich Himmler. The enormous losses the Germans had already suffered by 1944 meant that they were unable to build up the West Wall garrison to the size its designers had envisaged. However, the problems facing the Allies gave them the chance to make the best of what they had. Exhaustion after the long chase from Falaise was only one of these problems. The Allies' other difficulties were much more fundamental. The Allied forces were suffering the usual fate of modern mechanized armies that advanced too fast and too far for their support elements to keep pace with them. Their lines of supply were overstretched, and petrol and ammunition were running low. The Allied air forces and other support units were unable to extend their activities with the same speed. The Americans had no prior experience of assaulting heavy fortifications, and the lessons learned in military training proved to be of little practical use. The terrain had changed, too. Unlike the plains of Normandy, the hills and valleys of the Lorraine area around the West Wall had few roads for tanks and armoured vehicles, and in places featured dense woodland that was hard to penetrate and very difficult to fight in. The most immediate problem, however, was the shortage of fuel. It was so serious that General Patton's Third Army was brought to a halt with empty fuel tanks at the River Meuse on the 30th of August. Patton wanted to move on. He was convinced that his forces could be through the wall and at large inside Germany within 10 days. But to Patton's fury, General Eisenhower allocated what little fuel there was to his hated rival, Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery, for an advance into Belgium and the Netherlands by the British 21st Army Group. This offensive had two prime purposes. First, to facilitate the capture of Antwerp, a much nearer port than those in Normandy, so the Allies would be able to shorten their critically extended supply lines. Secondly, if Germany could be invaded from the north through the Low Countries, it might shorten the war and save millions of casualties. This, in fact, had been the Allies' chosen strategy when the invasion of Germany was being planned before D-Day. Montgomery's offensive proved to be a tragic disaster. Antwerp was captured on the 4th of September, but German resistance was very much stronger than expected. The Germans blocked the Scheldt estuary, making Antwerp useless for Allied purposes. By the 26th of September, the Allied airdrops at Arnhem had failed at a cost of 7,000 killed, wounded, or captured. General Eisenhower had assumed direct command of ground operations from a very resentful Montgomery on the 3rd of September, and now he was back to square one. After Arnhem, the German defences were still intact, and assaulting the West Wall the hard way, head-on, was the only remaining option. It was not a welcome prospect. Autumn was fast approaching, and with it the chance of torrential rains, mud, cold, overcast skies, and all their attendant miseries. The Allies were in for a very long haul. Field Marshal von Rundstedt, a Prussian aristocrat of the traditional military school, was not entirely trusted by Hitler, who hated his caste out of hand. Rundstedt, for his part, had contempt for both the Führer and the Nazi creed. Despite this mutual disdain, von Rundstedt kept well away from the plots to murder Hitler that occupied his fellow officers. Hitler, for his part, realized that he could not afford to waste von Rundstedt's experience and professionalism, especially after several leading officers had been removed for their involvement in the bomb plot designed to kill the Führer in July 1944. Von Rundstedt had fought in the First World War, where he distinguished himself in the Alsace campaign, and later on both the Eastern and the Western fronts. In the Second World War, he directed operations in France in 1940 and in Russia the following year, and was Supreme Commander of the German forces in Normandy at the time of the D-Day landings. Dismissed for daring to suggest that Hitler make peace, the third time in his career he'd been removed from duty, von Rundstedt was recalled 2 months later, on the 5th of September 1944, to lead the German defense of the West Wall. He remained on active service for the next 6 months until Germany was on the brink of defeat, and retired on the 13th of March 1945, just as the Battle of the West Wall was coming to its end. After the German surrender, there was talk that von Rundstedt should be put on trial at Nuremberg, but he was regarded more as a professional soldier who had done his duty, rather than a war criminal who had abused his position. Gerd von Rundstedt died in 1953 at the age of 78. Field Marshal Walter Model was the complete opposite of von Rundstedt. Model shared Hitler's dislike of the Prussian military caste to which von Rundstedt belonged, and his loyalty to the Führer never wavered. In 1944, after Hitler survived the bomb plot to kill him, Model was the first commander on the Eastern Front to send him a telegram reaffirming his allegiance. Rough, aggressive and outspoken, Model's loyalty earned him an advantage not given to many other officers in the Wehrmacht. He was able to ignore the Führer's more impossible orders, act first and receive permission afterwards, and voice some very unpalatable truths. When Model took over from the disgraced Hans-Günther von Kluge as commander of Army Group B in Normandy, the first thing he did was tell Hitler that defeat in France was inevitable. Other high-ranking officers had been dismissed for less. Model's fighting experience in the war was considerable. He served in Poland and commanded the 3rd Panzer Division in Russia, as well as taking charge in Normandy in August 1944. He became known as Hitler's fireman for his skill in shoring up broken fighting fronts. His luck inevitably ran out at the West Wall. Model directed a ferocious defense of the Moselle section assigned to his Army Group B, but in the end he was forced to yield to the massive Allied onslaughts. In April 1945, Model's Army Group B was surrounded in the Ruhr pocket. Rather than accept defeat, he dissolved his forces and gave them the choice of going home, fighting on with other units, or surrendering. Model had always despised Field Marshal von Paulus for capitulating at Stalingrad in 1943 and had no intention of emulating him. Instead, he shot himself on the 21st of April 1945 because he had said a field marshal did not surrender. What is there left, he once asked, to a commander in defeat? Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges was taciturn and uncommunicative. He shunned the limelight to such an extent that General Eisenhower despaired of obtaining for him the recognition he deserved as commander of the US First Army. It was possibly part of a campaign by Eisenhower to heighten Hodges' profile that his troops became the first of the Allied forces to cross the Rhine in 1945. During the interwar years, Hodges was spotted as a promising prospect by General George C. Marshall, future Chief of Staff in the Second World War, who brought him to Washington as Chief of Infantry. Early in 1944, Hodges was in England as deputy to General Omar Bradley during the planning of the D-Day landings. On the 1st of August, Hodges inherited Bradley's command as leader of the First Army. Hodges retired soon after the war as a 4-star general, and he died in 1966. With his understated manner and aversion to publicity, Hodges was one of the quiet men of the American High Command, rarely raising his voice to get things done. Unfortunately, he struck the lower ranks as cold and colourless, and had nothing like the flamboyant Patton's popular appeal. Bradley, however, appreciated Hodges' qualities, especially his insistence on detailed planning, and once said that he had implicit faith in Hodges' judgment, skill, and restraint. During the Second World War, US infantry units received close-fit support from mortars, which they called pocket artillery. The largest mortar in use at this time was the 4.2-inch chemical mortar, which weighed 330 pounds and could fire up to 20 rounds per minute, though only for short periods. Initially, the function of the chemical mortar was to provide smoke, gas, toxic agents, or incendiaries in support of infantry operations. Then, late in 1942, the 4.2-inch mortar was fitted with a high explosive capability, which greatly increased its uses for the 18 battalions that used it in the European theatre. Experiments to lengthen the range of the 4.2-inch mortar were overtaken by the end of the war in Europe, but a month later, in June 1945, tests showed that the weapon was now able to fire over distances of up to 5,600 yards. Development continued until 1951, by which time the chemical mortar had won its spurs as a legitimate infantry weapon. The pillboxes of the West Wall were strong points, arsenals and underground shelters combined. The reinforced concrete roofs were up to 7.5 feet thick, and the walls were more than 6.5 feet thick. The roof rested on steel beams up to a foot thick, and there were two 1.1-inch steel doors. The regular pillboxes of the West Wall were interspersed with larger, multi-story structures, like the Cat's Head armoured fort near the village of Irel in the South Eifel.
Fahrstühle verbinden die verschiedenen Stockwerke.
Its foundations were dug to a depth of 118 feet, and the fort contained 3 stories with reversible turret cannon, automatic flamethrowers and machine guns. The rooms were air-conditioned, providing plenty of comfort for its 84-man crew, who could remain at the Cat's Head for 6 weeks at a time. The typical West Wall pillbox was more compact. There were 2 entrances with a large gas-proof chamber between them. On the right, a short staircase led up to the arms room, with an ammunition bunker attached, and another 37 feet square beyond that. A second arms room, nearly 99 feet square, was sited at the rear. The approaches to the pillbox were protected by minefields, booby traps and barbed wire. The remainder of the accommodation consisted of troop quarters. The first of them was 190 feet square, and the second, measuring 81 feet square, had a locker attached. These pillboxes were like miniature fortresses in their own right, and in March 1945, one of them managed to hold up a division 15,000 strong for several hours. Explosive charges laid against the steel door blew a few holes, but the door failed to yield. It was only when grenades were tossed inside through the holes in the door that the stubborn strongpoint was finally overcome. Colonel Charles "Buck" Lanham was commander of the 22nd Regiment, the 4th Division of General Patton's 3rd Army, stationed in the Eifel Plateau region of western Germany. On the 13th of September 1944, Lanham informed his battalion officers of a plan for assaulting the West Wall that was simple, straightforward, and, he felt confident, was going to work. 3 battalions would attack the West Wall pillboxes, sited on the Black Man, the heights above the hamlet of Boucher, then move on to the pillboxes at the small village of Brandschied. The 3rd Battalion was to go in first, break through the wall, and open the way for 2 further battalions to follow and complete the attack. After that, the entire 4th Division could surge through the wall and head for the Rhine. The 3rd Battalion, led by Lieutenant Colonel Teague, advanced towards the Black Man Heights, carefully using the terrain to keep out of sight of the West Wall defenders. Some of the Americans were carrying flamethrowers. Meanwhile, American artillery was blasting the German positions. At first, there was no reaction from the West Wall. The Germans were evidently waiting for the right moment. When it came, it was devastating. Mortar fire plunged down on the 3rd Battalion, and the Germans' MG-42s began to clatter out streams of bullets. Americans keeled over, one after the other, until they lay in a pattern of patches on the hillside. Before long, the wounded were being dragged down the hill and back to the regiment's positions. All around, the cry went up for the medics. At length, Colonel Lanham realized that his men were on the brink of losing the battle. He drew his pistol and fired a couple of shots in the air, yelling at his reserves to get up and go. Eventually, they went, picking their way around the bodies still lying on the slopes. Lanham's plan proceeded, despite the ferocity of the German fightback. The 3rd Battalion moved south to Brandschied, but it was no sleepy little village. Unknown to Lanham or Teague, the place was spiked all around with pillboxes. A tough German battle group, Kampfgruppe Körner, was there, together with SS troops, to dismiss the American efforts with a furore of fire. Teague decided to dig in and try again the next day. The 3rd Battalion went on trying for another 2 weeks, but they got nowhere. The 22nd Regiment, meanwhile, attempted another approach, reducing the German bunkers one by one. This was no small enterprise, and at first the Americans tried to get the Germans to surrender. When they refused, tank destroyers were driven up to the steel doors and blasted them in at point-blank range. It was a dangerous maneuver for the attackers, but it worked. The survivors emerged, most of them badly injured. The dead were piled up inside. Before long, American casualties had mounted to 800 men, some of them killed when the Germans launched a counterattack out of their pillboxes. Half of the 1st Battalion were killed or injured, and only 2 of their officers survived. Many casualties were physically uninjured, but developed combat fatigue. Eventually, Colonel Lanham was forced to call off the attack as the weather worsened and the German defenses showed no signs of lessening. Nothing had been gained, and the vital roads leading out of the Eifel region to the Rhine remained under German control. The wall remained intact. The next attempt at the West Wall was made from the Duchy of Luxembourg by the US 28th Infantry Bloody Bucket Division belonging to Courtney Hodges' 1st Army. The division's reputation for record casualties was furthered at the West Wall, where they were facing a crack force, the 2nd SS Division. As the Americans advanced across the minefields, the Germans saturated the battlefield with mortar and machine gun fire. Within a week, American casualties had reached 1,500 killed and injured. One entire company, F Company, disappeared so completely that no trace was ever found of them. Despite this fearsome defense, the Bloody Bucket Division pushed forward on a narrow front and captured several high points. But these were of little use to them when the 2nd SS Division still held the low ground. Even so, on the 16th of September, the Bloody Bucket scored a notable first, in what the official history described as a pencil-like penetration. They had breached the West Wall. In practical terms, it meant little. The disappearance of F Company had taken the heart out of the Americans' efforts, and they were ordered to wind up operations. A further attempt at the West Wall, made soon afterwards by the 5th Armoured Victory Division, managed to get through the fortifications to a position 6 miles inside German territory. But this initiative led to a mammoth German counterattack, overseen by Field Marshal von Rundstedt himself. Outnumbered, assaulted on both flanks by German infantry and armour, denied air cover when the weather turned nasty, the Victory Division began to falter. On the 19th and 20th of September, they were ordered to pull back. Pencil-thin penetrations were of no interest to General George Patton, commander of the Third Army. As he told newspaper reporters, "I'm going to go through the wall like shit through a goose." By the 5th of September, Patton's enforced halt at the River Meuse came to an end, as supplies of fuel to the Third Army began to flow again. Patton ordered the 12th and 20th Corps to seize the city of Nancy, the capital of Lorraine, as a prelude to breaking through the West Wall and crossing the Rhine. Patton envisaged no serious difficulty. The section of the West Wall immediately facing the Third Army was manned by 7 weak infantry divisions and a panzer brigade of the German First Army. Also in the vicinity were 7 understrength divisions of the German 19th Army. Hardly an impressive opposition. However, even with this poor showing, this was one of the best defended parts of the West Wall, and Field Marshal Mödel, Hitler's fireman, was in overall charge. Elements of the Third Army set out for the Mosel River close to Nancy on the 11th of September. The Americans crossed the river, and though there was some heavy German resistance, it did not seriously impede their progress. Nancy was duly occupied on the 15th of September. At this juncture, the Americans had to halt for 4 days through lack of supplies and provisions, and the onset of bad weather. The delay gave the Germans the opportunity to regroup and concentrate reserves from their First Army at Château Salins, where they blocked one of the main routes to the Rhine. This meant the Americans had lost the initiative, and the 5th Panzer Army hit them with a series of major strikes at Patton's 4th Armoured Division. The contest continued for 10 days and took on a regular pattern. The Germans attacked under cover of fog and fought a series of vigorous engagements with the Americans. The Americans, who were aided, weather permitting, by aircraft of the 18th Tactical Air Command, outmaneuvered the panzers and forced them to withdraw. Finally, wrecked panzers littered the battle area, and the Germans were down to only 25 tanks. Wisely, they withdrew. In all, they'd lost around 280 tanks and suffered 3,000 casualties, with the same number taken prisoner. American losses were fewer, 626 casualties. But almost non-stop fighting over the past 2 months had exhausted them. They were retired from the Lorraine area on the 12th of October to rest, recoup, and refit. The West Wall remained untouched. Nine days later, to his chagrin, Patton lost the honor of making the first permanent breach in the fortifications. It happened at Aachen, a historic city on the German border with Belgium and the Netherlands. Aachen was fortified, but its defenses were not unusually strong, and though it formed part of the West Wall, its position was of no strategic significance. Nevertheless, the capture of Aachen, the first appreciable city the Allies had encountered on German soil, could prove an important boost to morale. Dealing with Aachen fell to Courtney Hodges' First Army. Hodges' plan was to break through the west wall north and south of the city, surround and neutralize it, while the bulk of his forces pushed on eastwards towards the Rhine. However, German resistance was so ferocious that it became impossible for the First Army to perform these two tasks at once. Hodges had to choose, and he chose to assault Aachen. The units originally intended for the Rhine were to play a backup role and prevent the Germans from relieving the city. Adolf Hitler fully realized the importance of Aachen and issued his usual orders to the 5,000 Germans defending it. Fight to the last man, never retreat, and die if necessary. The casualties that resulted from such fanatical defense had already proved so high that Hodges attempted to cut short the proceedings. He issued a surrender ultimatum on the 10th of October. As he no doubt expected, it was refused. Hodges now ordered his forces to attack. They were to demarcate the battle area by artillery and mortar fire, dominate the main thoroughfares and intersections with machine guns, and move infantry, tanks and tank destroyers along the side streets. All the while, they would maintain maximum fire to ensure that no German could escape. While the defenders were being held in thrall in this fashion, buildings would be collapsing all around them, and it would bury them in the ruins. The initial bombardment of Aachen was delivered by 12 artillery battalions, which plastered the city with 10,000 rounds in 2 days. Meanwhile, fighter bombers of the 9th Tactical Artillery Command dropped over 160 tons of bombs on the target in the same period. By noon, heavy fighting was taking place inside Aachen. Nevertheless, by the end of the day, the Americans were ready to blast their way through to the city center. It was not that easy. For the next week, Aachen saw a ferocious struggle as the American tanks and tank destroyers hammered away with heavy caliber fire, using the powerful 155mm artillery pieces to blow entire buildings apart. The 155mm worked on the Germans like a terror weapon. Later, the German commander in Aachen, Colonel Gerhard Wilk, condemned it as barbarous and called for it to be banned. Lieutenant Colonel Darrell Daniel, commander of the 2nd Battalion, had quite another description for the 155mm, quite spectacular and satisfying. By the afternoon of the 21st of October, Daniel's 2nd Battalion had secured the business areas of Aachen and were pushing westwards when they learned the fight was over. Contrary to Hitler's orders, the garrison of Aachen had surrendered. The Americans captured 1,000 prisoners. According to their own reports, the Germans had suffered around 5,000 casualties. Quite probably, a lot more men were killed. The Americans lost around 1/10 of that number, most of them among the assault troops. After the battle, only around 20% of Aachen's buildings were left standing. Even before the capture of Aachen, the 9th Infantry Division of Hodges' First Army was ordered into the Hürten forest, southeast of the city, to clear it as security for the right flank of another effort against the West Wall, a major assault across open country aimed at penetrating the fortifications. The Hürten was a man-made forest around 200 square miles. There were few roads. It was difficult fighting country, certainly for tanks and armored vehicles, and the Americans expected only light resistance. They were wrong. Although the German 7th Army was not well prepared to defend the forest, once the Americans entered, they fought with their customary ferocity to keep them back. By October, the 9th Airborne Division had suffered 4,500 casualties for an advance of less than 2 miles. The battle in the forest now took on the proportions of a major struggle, and one in which the Germans always seemed to be one jump ahead. In November, Hodges ordered the 28th Bloody Bucket Infantry Division to advance through the forest to seize the high ground at Schmidt. Schmidt lay north of the important dams on the River Ruhr. Rain and fog intervened to cause delays, giving the Germans time to target the invasion. During the subsequent fighting, the Americans lost 6,000 casualties in one of the most costly actions of any they fought in the war. An action initially intended to be an easy ride had quickly turned into a nightmare. The forest floor was thickly sown with anti-personnel mines. Shells bursting high in the treetops fell down in showers of deadly metal fragments onto soldiers picking their way through a mess of broken branches and slippery leaves. As the winter wore on, there was rain, mud, sleet, and snow. It was all too easy to get lost in the tangle of trees and stumble into ambushes. The German defense, ferocious as always, had an extra specific purpose. The top-secret Watch on the Rhine, the deliberately misnamed offensive due to take place in the Ardennes in December, could have been jeopardized if the Americans managed to cross the River Ruhr, which ran through the forest. The Ruhr itself was of great importance to the Germans. If the Americans crossed the river, now or in the future, they could be isolated by floods caused by opening the Ruhr dams. Ideally, the flooding might prevent them crossing at all. The cost on both sides was very high. By mid-October, the Germans had lost around 2,000 killed and injured, and 1,200 taken prisoners. American losses were even greater, 4,500 men killed, wounded, or missing. November 1944 went on as September and October had begun. Massive American assaults, accompanied by fighter-bomber attacks, did nothing to break down the German resistance, which was so powerful that the Bloody Bucket Division lost 40% of its strength in 7 days. On the 15th of November, 1,200 flying fortresses of the US Army 8th Air Force flew from the Netherlands to soften up the enemy for the US 84th Division at Geilenkirchen, north of Aachen. But the result was the same, a fearful battle of attrition in which the infantry suffered so many losses they were unable to continue. By December 1944, the Americans had been dashing themselves against the West Wall for 3 months, and despite the victory at Aachen, they were getting nowhere. The Hürten Forest became a microcosm of this failure. After the Bloody Bucket Division was withdrawn, another armoured division and 4 more infantry divisions were sent in, only to be shredded in their turn. None of them lasted more than 2 weeks before they were replaced by the next. The ultimate responsibility for breaking this impasse lay with General Eisenhower. After such a long time, so many losses and so many failures, he might well have felt that his job was on the line. Even worse, the outcome of the war could be in the balance. Inside their defences, the Germans had proved too strong to shift. Instead, Eisenhower sought to lure them out of their fortifications so the Americans could meet them on open ground, where they had a better chance to prevail. Eisenhower laid a trap, the so-called Ghost Front in the Ardennes, where the American defences were thin and the Germans might fancy their chances of success. In fact, Eisenhower had 14 armoured divisions waiting in the wings to fall on them once they emerged. In the meantime, the frontal attacks on the wall continued. There was no major breakthrough, but there were some gains. The Americans captured the important crossroads leading to the defences in the Hürten Forest and the Wallerscheid crossroads north of Monschau. The west wall itself was penetrated to a depth of 1,200 yards. On the 16th of December 1944, the Germans appeared to fall for Eisenhower's trap. They came out of their fortifications, but not to assault the Americans with their understrength manpower. In one of the worst cases of bad luck coincidence in military history, Eisenhower's trap was preempted by the Ardennes offensive, the last-gasp initiative by 24 German divisions to throw back the Allies and possibly win the war. The Allies never imagined that at this late stage in the war, the Germans were capable of mustering such a force. But the Ardennes offensive did not last long. After initial successes, fuel supplies ran out. And in early January 1945, it was all over. On the 16th of January 1945, 8 days after the end of the Ardennes offensive, British forces under Bernard Montgomery, now a field marshal, took their turn at cracking the West Wall. Their target was the Heinsberg salient, around 20 miles long, which was defended by 3 lines of fortifications, continuous trenches and weapons pits covered by barbed wire, and liberally sown with mines. The Germans had 2 infantry divisions in the salient, with 156 guns and 18 assault guns, all of them spread over muddy terrain that was difficult and dangerous to traverse. Montgomery's forces consisted of 2 infantry divisions, the 43rd and the 52nd Lowland Division, and the very tough, very hardy 1st Commando Brigade. US General Patton was not at all happy about the prospect of Montgomery, his hated rival, gaining the honor of being the first to reach the Rhine. At the end of January 1945, Patton, with help from General Bradley, persuaded Eisenhower to agree to an armored reconnaissance in the Eifel region that would take his forces across the rivers Our and Sauer to close in on the West Wall. The term armored reconnaissance was somewhat vague, and Patton preferred it that way. For him, it was a means to an end. Patton wasn't planning a reconnaissance at all. He aimed to get his Third Army so committed to the battle at the West Wall that Eisenhower would have to agree to their participation. The guns of Patton's Third Army opened up on the morning of the 29th of January 1945 and began pounding the fortifications. The weather was foul. It began to snow as the assault battalion of the 4th Infantry began to advance. They slid across the frozen Our River and then blasted their way through Brandscheid with artillery, tank fire, and flamethrowers. The Germans fought back, but in the ferocious hand-to-hand fighting that ensued, they were pushed back. Although they managed to win back the village of Brandscheid, there'd been a partial breakthrough of the West Wall near the town of Prüm. By this time, Patton had expected confirmation from Eisenhower to proceed towards Mosul. When contact was eventually made, Patton was infuriated to be told that the Third Army must stay put, go on the defensive, and await further orders. Orders, when they came through, were not of much comfort to Patton. The hated Montgomery had received sanction for 14 British divisions to begin a fresh attack against the northern positions on the West Wall, starting on the 10th of February. All Patton was allowed to do was continue operations in the Eifel region until that date. After Montgomery's attack went in, Patton turned to making preparations for a separate assault by his Third Army on the center of the West Wall. But attempts at preserving the element of surprise suffered setbacks. The Germans suspected that something big was afoot, and they were certain of it when the Third Army suddenly imposed radio silence. At 0100 hours on the 7th of February 1945, Patton's artillery, including 155mm guns, began roaring out shells towards the German positions across the River Sauer. Under cover of this bombardment, men of the Third Army's 12th Corps set out across the river in 36 rubber boats, formerly belonging to the German Luftwaffe. They ran into a massive blast of German fire, which only one of the boats survived. But a sufficient number of Americans managed to reach the other side of the river to form up and mount attacks on the West Wall pillboxes. This time, the Americans attacked them from the rear, the only way of tackling them that offered a real chance of success. The result was a series of blackened, blasted back doors, and crews so shocked at the suddenness of the onslaught that many of them panicked and surrendered. For the next week, the Americans continued destroying pillboxes, 40 of them to each square mile. But the breaching of the West Wall in the Eifel region was only a local success. The fortifications running from Trier on the Mosel down to the Swiss border were still intact. Patton, unwilling to lose the momentum, wanted to continue his attack, cross the River Mosel and assault Trier, then drive on through to the Rhine. The Third Army did in fact capture Trier on the 1st of March, after a very stiff fight lasting 3 days, but the rest of Patton's plan did not accord with official strategy. Montgomery's assault in the Reichswald forest still had priority. Unfortunately, his campaign had degenerated into a grim slogging match. Although his British and Canadian forces had succeeded in breaking through the West Wall to the north, more than 15,600 men had been lost, and the end of February arrived before the struggle showed signs of ending. If eventually Montgomery's forces were to attack across the Rhine into the industrial region of the Ruhr, it would have to be on a narrow front. This enabled General Omar Bradley, whose interests were much the same as Patton's, to propose a backup position for the American forces. The First and Third Armies would advance to the Rhine before Montgomery made his attempt at a crossing. What Bradley was really doing was seeing to it that American troops were in a position to be first across the Rhine and first to spill out into the rest of Germany. During the assault on the River Sauer, the 4th Armoured Division of Patton's Third Army advanced on Bitburg, which they meant to use as a springboard for their own drive to the Rhine. By the 5th of March, the Allied assaults on the West Wall during the previous few days had opened the way for them. They left Bitburg, and 2 days later, on the 7th of March, the division's lead tanks reached the Rhine. The same morning, the US 9th Armoured Division of Hodges' First Army arrived at the Ludendorff railway bridge at Remagen, just as German engineers were preparing to blow it up. The Germans exploded some of their charges, but the bridge survived long enough for American infantry to cross the Rhine and establish the first Allied bridgehead on the other side. 10 days later, the bridge at Remagen collapsed into the river. Although much of the West Wall remained in German hands, it had failed in its prime purpose, to keep the Allies out of Germany. The Allied drive to the Rhine had effectively bypassed the fortifications and made them redundant once again. On the 20th of March, the 9th Armoured Division made a final assault on the West Wall. The Americans approached warily, expecting the pillboxes to explode with fire. There was none. The pillboxes were empty. Most of the defenders had gone. Some remained at their posts and surrendered. Others fled under cover of darkness. A few ransacked the ruins of houses for clothes, assumed civilian guise, and kept on running. Once the Allied forces were across the Rhine, it was only a matter of time before the Third Reich collapsed. This did not prevent the Germans from fighting on, and another 2 months passed after the crossing of the Rhine at Remagen before their surrender on the 7th of May 1945. By then, the West Wall had played its part in deciding the new shape of Europe and the nature of post-war politics, for the way in which it was finally overcome did not arise from purely military considerations. The Low Countries and northern Germany had come under Montgomery's overall command, so that taking this route to invade the Third Reich, as envisaged before D-Day, would have brought American forces under British control. However, the American generals were too chauvinistic to stand for that. This applied particularly to General Patton, whose name for Montgomery was unprintable, and to a lesser extent to General Bradley. To Patton, the idea that his hated rival might be the first to reach the Rhine was anathema. As for General Bradley, he had his own secret agenda in February 1945, when he suggested that Hodges' First Army and Patton's Third Army should mass at the Rhine to cover Montgomery's narrow front thrust across the river. This was important insurance against the Germans staging another Ardennes-style offensive. But it was no coincidence that it also made sure that the Rhine crossing would be an all-American enterprise. General Patton had made his own contribution to this state of affairs. By turning his aggressive defense at the West Wall into an aggressive offense, he drew the focus of American operations southwards. This was the wrong position for a speedy drive to Berlin, and meanwhile the Russians gained the time to move in from the east and reach the German capital first. Subsequently, this enabled them to claim for communism a larger share of Europe than the British and the Americans meant them to have. And for the next 45 years, until communism collapsed in Europe and the Cold War came to an end, the world had to live with the consequences.
As the German advance into northern Russia continued, the rail link to Leningrad was cut. The fate of Leningrad, and with it 30 Russian divisions, appeared to be sealed. The next stage of the battle was expected to be an attack on the beleaguered city. Contrary to their own expectations, the men of the German 18th Army were not to be asked to mount a full-scale attack on the city, and after a series of hotly contested battles for the outskirts, Hitler, uncharacteristically, ordered his troops to take Leningrad by means of a long drawn-out siege. It has been suggested that he was unnerved by the remote-controlled explosions which the Russians had used so effectively in Kiev. It is a decision which still provokes debate today. There are really two possible explanations for the failure of Army Group North to take Leningrad. One was the conflicting priorities in the mind of Adolf Hitler and the Army High Command. Hitler vacillated between prioritizing a number of objectives. There is also a school of thought which favours Hitler's adverse reaction to the huge losses of the German 6th Army in Kiev in August and September. In Kiev, thousands of German troops were lost to remote-controlled explosions, and thousands of others to desperate street fighting. This, it is thought, persuaded Hitler that no German troops should be made vulnerable by committing them to the inner city streets of Moscow and Leningrad. In any event, the 18th Army lacked the really heavy artillery necessary to reduce the defences of Leningrad. The massive guns of the German siege train had already been allocated to the sector of Army Group South, where they were earmarked for the coming battles in the Crimea. To move them all the way across Russia would have delayed the operation into winter. To compound the problems of the battles for the attackers, Panzer Group 4 was withdrawn from Army Group North in late September 1941 in order to support Army Group Center in Operation Typhoon, the final drive on Moscow. No German army group could afford to lose its tanks, but Army Group North lost virtually all of its armour. The withdrawal of the tanks from Army Group North meant that the army was virtually immobile. It was to remain so for almost 3 years. It is easy to suggest that the loss of Panzer Group 4 in September 1941 was directly responsible for the failure of Army Group North to take its strategic objective of Leningrad. However, this is by no means certain. The capture of a city as large and well defended as Leningrad was by no means certain, even with a strong armoured force. Nevertheless, the removal of Panzer Group 4 clearly did not help the cause of Army Group North. It meant that Army Group North would be denied this one formation and the size, speed and fighting power to advance quickly into the regions beyond the city of Leningrad, link up with the Finns and effectively cut off the city from its supplies. The disappearance of Panzer Group 4 proved to be a forerunner of things to come. From that point onwards, the evidence was clear that of the three German army groups, Army Group North was considered to be the poor relation. It soon became obvious that they could expect to receive no substantial additional support of any kind, and the artillery siege train would never be sent to Leningrad. The 18th Army therefore had no alternative but to take Leningrad by siege. It seemed that the decisive battles on the Eastern Front would be fought elsewhere. With the commencement of the siege of Leningrad, a relatively stable front line appeared in the northern sector. The 16th Army fought on the right flank of the northern sector, where it was adjacent to the left wing of Army Group Centre. The 18th Army fought on the left flank of the 16th Army, and as such formed the extreme northern end of the front line. Army Group North was to remain doggedly committed to the northern flank of the German armies fighting on the Eastern Front for the entire duration of the war. The siege of Leningrad was the stage for an intense struggle that would in later years be recognized as a key event in that conflict of inhuman savagery. The opening stages were bitterly fought in the suburbs of the city. When General Zhukov arrived to take over the defence of the city on the 10th of September 1941, he found the defenders in an advanced state of disorganisation and the inhabitants close to panic. Undaunted, he briskly set about bolstering its defences. A shortage of anti-tank guns was dealt with by converting anti-aircraft artillery to the task of attempting to halt the panzers. 6 brigades of naval infantry and students were formed, and reinforcements drafted in from the Karelian Isthmus. Zhukov began to take the fight to the Germans through raids and counterattacks. But by now, the German troops had pierced the inner circle of defences and were rampaging through the suburbs. After a furious exchange of advances and retreats, by the end of the month, the defenders were hanging onto their city by their fingernails. It seemed inevitable that Leningrad would capitulate. But as Zhukov awaited a renewed assault, the 4th Panzer Group suddenly departed to join the battle for Moscow, and the remaining German forces began to build defences. Hitler had decreed that Leningrad would not be taken by force. It would instead be starved into submission. But there was a flaw in the plan. Although the supply situation was difficult without Panzer Group 4, the ring around the city was never completely closed. It was still possible to reach the city over land, through the virgin forests of the Russian motherland. It was also possible to bring in supplies by boat across the waters of Lake Ladoga. In October, there was some temporary relief for the defenders. The roads had disintegrated into canals of bottomless mud, along which wheeled vehicles could drive only at a snail's pace, and only if they were towed by tanks. This was the Rasputitsa, the season of mud, which came as a debilitating surprise to the Germans in 1941. General Rauss went to great lengths after the war to explain the great significance of the muddy season. German losses of tanks and motorized equipment of all types were extraordinarily high during the autumn muddy period of 1941, the first time that the mud of Russia was encountered. A division of the 4th Panzer Group, operating in the area north of Gzhatsk during the same period, lost 50 tanks without a shot being fired, 35 of them within 3 days. These losses were extremely serious, since no replacements were received. The Germans had no conception of mud as it exists in European Russia. In the autumn of 1941, when frontline troops were already stuck fast, the German High Command still believed that mud could be conquered by brute force, an idea that led to serious losses of vehicles and equipment. At the height of the muddy season, tractors and recovery vehicles, normally capable of traversing difficult terrain, are helpless, and attempts to plough through the muddy mass makes roads even more impassable. Tanks, heavy recovery vehicles, and even vehicles with good ground clearance simply pushed an ever-growing wall of mud before them until they finally stopped, half buried by their own motion. A sudden frost in the autumn of 1941 cemented a crippled, buried column into a state of complete uselessness, and it never moved again. Because it could not be reached in any other way, gasoline, tow ropes, and food supplies were airdropped along the line of stranded armour, but all attempts to move were futile. Often, when drivers found themselves bogged down far from any habitation, they abandoned their vehicles and set out on foot to contact friendly troops in the nearest village, or sought food and shelter from local civilians in order to remain alive until the worst of the muddy season passed. For the muddy seasons, vehicles with high ground clearance, light weight, and low unit ground pressure were necessary. German trucks had low ground clearance and could not get traction in deep mud. Since German supply cars had wheels too narrow for muddy terrain, they sank deep into soft ground. Even the German Motier and Ostschlepper of the later years were bogged down in mud as their tracks were too narrow. Rauss noted that the awkward-looking and slow Russian tractor of pre-war vintage salvaged the heaviest, most deeply mired loads after German equipment failed to budge them. Inside Leningrad, food supplies to the besieged city had been diminishing throughout the autumn. By late November, they were at their lowest ebb for the entire duration of the siege. Manual workers were receiving only 250 grams of bread per day, 1/3 of their normal requirement. Without water for sanitation and basic medical supplies, disease became inevitable. As winter arrived and temperatures fell to the -20s, thousands began to die each day. Total starvation threatened constantly. To the Germans, collapse seemed imminent. Back in Berlin, a reception with Adolf Hitler as a guest of honor was organized to celebrate the fall of the stricken city. The invitations were printed, but never posted. Russian resistance remained stubborn and defiant. Even women soldiers in the Red Army were in combat units. The ferocity and inhumanity of the conflict beggars the imagination. In an attempt to relieve the appalling conditions in the city, the Russians marked a road across the frozen southwest corner of Lake Ladoga, and by the 22nd of November, convoys of supply lorries were just managing to stave off famine in the city. It was a hazardous passage through the biting northeastern gales which swept across the lake. The German Luftwaffe also did its best to intercept the convoys and break the surface of the ice. Yet for all its horror, the Russians knew that defending this lifeline to the city was the only possible way of keeping the inhabitants alive. But for some, the food coming across the ice was too little, too late. Victims of starvation, suffering from falling blood pressure and the wasting of the heart and internal organs, would never regain their health. Many would die months after food and medical supplies finally arrived. The children who survived would emerge totally traumatized by the siege, as an eyewitness recalled. It was reflected in the way many of the children played, all by themselves, in the way that even in their collective games they played in silence, with grave faces. I saw faces of children which reflected such thoughtfulness and sorrow that those eyes and faces told one more than could be gathered from all the stories of the horrors of famine. As events unfolded, it soon became clear that in spite of all the hardships of the siege of Leningrad, the northern sector was considered by both sides to be of secondary importance. The men of Army Group North soon became convinced that they were fighting what they referred to as the eternal war of the poor man. Casualties along the whole of the Russian front had been enormous, but only 67,000 replacements were allocated to Army Group North, as against 131,000 to Army Group Centre and 119,000 to Army Group South. When it came to allocating fresh divisions from the reserves, the situation was even less favourable. Of 21 new divisions released by Army High Command in the autumn of 1941, only 3 were allocated to Army Group North. It was a further indication of things to come. One unexpected benefit for the army group was the occasional support which they received from German naval units operating in the Baltic. As one flank rested on the Baltic seas, Army Group North was the only formation which could look for substantial support from the Kriegsmarine. The German Navy had played a significant role in the Soviet-German War. In the Baltic, the Germans sealed up the powerful Russian front with minefields. By doing so, they also trapped the Soviet submarine fleet. As the Germans advanced along the Baltic coastline, they took control of Russian bases, so that the Soviet Baltic fleet had to remain bottled up in Leningrad. The function of the Soviet Baltic Fleet during 1941 and 42 was limited solely to supplying fire support to the Soviet forces fighting to defend the city. This aspect of the fighting was also to provide the stage for a daring attack led by the Stukas of Heinz Ulrich Rudel. The Luftwaffe was ordered to sink the Soviet battleship Marat. Rudel managed this amazing feat in the face of fierce anti-aircraft fire with a single, well-placed bomb. On the deficit side, the 18th Army had to become involved in a number of amphibious operations to capture the Baltic Islands, which placed a great strain on what were already severely limited resources. Throughout the whole course of the war, the lack of powerful reinforcements severely limited the strategic options available for the Army Group Command. It also required a great deal of juggling of available divisions to maintain the extended front line and the siege of Leningrad, which was to drag on for almost 3 years. The Germans had closed right up on the city and into the outer suburbs, but the ring was not closed. An important consideration at this time was the role of the Finns. They agreed to move close to Leningrad, their 5th General Mannerheim making it quite clear that he was prepared to take action to recover Finnish territory yielded to Russia in the Winter War of 1939, but that he would not take part in the direct attack on Leningrad itself. That was one of the conditions Finland made on entering the war against Russia on the side of the Germans. Mannerheim was as mindful of the political conditions as he was of the military conditions, because of Finland's vulnerability to future Russian aggression. This meant that the German and Finnish armies were never able to cut off Leningrad completely from the rest of the world. In both winter and summer, the Russian forces were still able to get resources across Lake Ladoga, in the northeast of the city. From the winter of 1942 onwards, the railway to the east of Leningrad was completed, and Leningrad was connected to the rest of the Soviet Union, which enabled the forces to supply the inhabitants of the city, helping some of them to survive the siege. The Soviet negotiators in the Soviet-Finnish peace talks, which took place in 1944, actually recalled that the Russians recognized what the Finns had done for them. If the Finns had moved forward and closed the ring of siege around Leningrad, it would have meant the death of the city. Despite the fact that some supplies got through, it was precious little. Starvation drove the population to extreme measures, including the horrifying excess of cannibalism. The first cases occurred at the beginning of December 1941. The Soviet Criminal Code made no mention of such a crime as cannibalism, so Soviet officials could at first only define it as an extreme form of banditry. According to the top-secret report of the military procurator of Leningrad, A.A. Kuznetsov, dated 27th of February 1942, investigations of cannibalism led to criminal charges against 26 individuals in December 1941, 366 in January 1942, and 494 in the first 2 weeks of February 1942. Investigation revealed that not only was human flesh consumed by individuals, but it was also sold to other citizens. By the 20th of February 1942, 866 individuals were under criminal investigation or actual indictment for suspected cannibalism. Only 18% of this number had any previous criminal record. Of the 886 suspect individuals, 322 were men and 564 women. Almost 30% were aged over 40, the next largest group being in their 30s. More ghoulish still was the discovery of extensive intrusions into cemeteries and the mutilation of the recent dead. One evening in March 1942, the watchman at the Bogoslovsky Cemetery detained a woman with a sack. Once opened, the sack revealed the bodies of 5 infants. The increase in cannibalism forced the city authorities to set up police guards at all the major cemeteries. With the first snows of 1941 came a cruelly bitter winter. The temperature continued to fall, and the German soldiers now paid dearly for the arrogance of the High Command that had refused to admit the possibility of anything other than a quick, decisive campaign. Few men in the German trenches had more than summer clothing, and frostbite took an agonizing toll. German machinery and guns had never been designed to function in such extremes. Engines seized up, metal tank tracks split apart in the cold, ammunition would not fire. The fierceness of the cold was far beyond the experience of most Germans. Emboldened by the problems they saw in the German ranks, a series of Soviet counterattacks managed to roll back many of the German gains around Leningrad. With incredible exertions, the Germans kept up a semblance of defense. The tactics of winter warfare centered around contests for the possession of roads and inhabited places. In Russia, villages and roads were infinitely more important than they were on the rest of the continent. In other German theatres of war, no one particular road ever became a crucial factor, since a well-developed road network always offered a choice of alternate routes. In Russia, the possession of a single road was often a matter of life or death for an entire army. The extreme tactical importance of inhabited places during the 6 months of winter explains the fact that the Russians would frequently much rather destroy them than surrender them to the enemy. In the bitter trench warfare outside Leningrad, the defender had a definite advantage in winter because, as a rule, their positions could not be seen in the snow, except at very close range. The defenders were able to keep their forces under cover and wait until the moment their fire could be used most effectively. The attacker was also impeded and easily detected, even in camouflage clothing. The principal weapon of the defender became the machine gun, as its performance was not diminished by snow, in which mortars and light artillery lost most of their effectiveness. Replacements were also becoming a problem for the German forces. After the war, it became clear from the diaries of Army Group North that the commanders of both formations had intentionally prohibited, even during calm periods, the removal of a unit from the front in order to grant it a period of rest. It was better to keep the divisions at the front and assign them to a narrower sector, as otherwise a reserve unit which had been removed from the northern front was certain to be taken by the Supreme Command and assigned more pressing pressure points on either the central or the southern front. Although the northern front was regarded as being of secondary importance, it was in no sense a backwater. There was still a great deal of terrible fighting in very difficult terrain, with extensive swamps and few roads through the vast sections of trackless forest, which presented a logistical nightmare. Army Group North and the Army divisions were facing the most difficult conditions on the Eastern Front. The climate and the terrain were completely different. Around Leningrad, it is very marshy and boggy. There were also very few roads, so all transport logistics were very difficult indeed. To compound the difficulties for the Germans, by October of 1941, the first partisan attacks had begun to cause severe difficulties in the rear areas. The effects of these attacks were further compounded by the fact that the underdeveloped infrastructure of Russia meant that there were very few roads or railways which could be used as alternatives to those blocked by partisan activity. The Russian winter was a nightmare along the whole of the front. But it was Army Group North which bore the brunt of the most extreme Russian winters. It is impossible to exaggerate the cruel realities of fighting in the ferocious winters of northern Russia. In addition to their geographical and climactic difficulties, the fighting spirit of the Red Army facing Army Group North was no less intense than that displayed on the other sectors. The siege of Leningrad has become synonymous with endurance and suffering, but there was also a great deal of intense combat as a series of miniature battles rolled backwards and forwards around the siege lines outside Leningrad. Despite coming very close to victory on a number of occasions, Army Group North was never able to close the ring around Leningrad completely, and the High Command continued to draw desperately needed divisions away from the Army Group North sector in order to feed other hard-pressed sectors. The result of this attrition from two directions was that a ferocious Soviet offensive in January 1944 finally broke the resistance of Army Group North and raised the siege. The lifting of the siege of Leningrad in 1944 forced Army Group North to fall back to a new defensive front, composed of a series of partially constructed defences known as the Panther Line. This line should have represented a fallback position for the German forces, but work was beginning much too late. The Panther Line was envisaged as a series of strong fortifications, incorporating parts of the northern regions of the Soviet Union, in a line running southwards from Lake Dvina and Lake Pskov, near the town of Narva on the Baltic coast of Estonia. It was envisaged that the German troops retreating behind the line would occupy a series of excellent defensive points. The German troops would therefore have a respite from the rigours of the retreat and be able to hold the Soviet army at bay. Meanwhile, the armoured formations and the air formations of the German army were repaired and returned to the fray to renew combat with their Soviet foes. However, the Panther Line was constructed merely as an afterthought when it was much too late. The German armies had suffered defeats and simply did not have enough troops to man the line effectively. In those areas where adequate defences had been prepared in the line and there were sufficient German troops and aircraft available, it proved a very formidable obstacle for the Soviet army to overcome. Had it been properly prepared as part of a coherent overall strategic plan, the Panther Line could have been held. The Panther Line was only ever going to provide a temporary solution to the mounting problems of Army Group North. The destruction of the neighbouring Army Group centre in June 1944 tore a huge gap in the German lines and left the right flank of Army Group North vulnerable to a Soviet attack. Hitler was forced to sanction another series of withdrawals. From the Panther Line, Army Group North were forced to retreat in relatively good order towards Germany, fighting a series of ferocious defensive battles as they went, the most notable of these being the defence of Narva in 1944. The battle for Narva plays a very important part in the Soviet-German war because Narva is the gateway to Estonia. The Germans recognized the importance of holding Narva, and there were initially 12 divisions organized into what was called Abteilung Narva, a special force grouping which was to fight with enormous courage and distinction. The defense of Narva was a bitterly fought encounter. A breakthrough here would have compromised many German troops in the Baltic regions of Estonia and Latvia. European SS, along with the German regular army divisions, managed to hold back the forces of the Soviet Leningrad front throughout January, February and March. Their bitter attritional contest was not characterized by sophisticated tactical maneuvers. It was a bloody slugging match. The German formations were saved by the early spring thaw of late March 1944, which produced seas of mud floods of at least 1 foot deep in an area of 100 to 140 miles square. Even Soviet tanks stuck fast in the torrents of mud, and the German forces were able to retreat once more. The incredible resistance offered by Army Group Narva, a scratch formation drawn from the slender resources of Army Group North, represents an impressive example of military improvisation and stands comparison with the other German defensive battles fought elsewhere in Russia and Italy. The mainstay of resistance in Narva was the 3rd SS Panzer Corps, which included the long-serving SS Police Division, along with the new SS Viking Division, comprised of volunteers from different nationalities. By October 1944, the situation around Narva from a German point of view was hopeless. But unlike the countless garrisons squandered by Hitler in a pointless series of hold-at-all-costs orders, Army Group Narva managed to escape and rejoin Army Group North. Constant retreat was now the order of the day, as the Army Group was driven back through the Baltic states towards Germany. But Army Group North would never make it home. While the Red Army rolled on towards Berlin, the men of Army Group North were finally cornered in the Kurland Peninsula of Latvia. There, the battered remnants of the Army Group held off all attacks by the Red Army for 6 long months, They were under siege from late October 1944 through to May 1945. In January 1945, the two armies which had served since 1941 as Army Group North were renamed Army Group Kurland. The hard-won mantle of Army Group North was transferred to a scratch assembly of beaten units, under the command of a swift succession of temporary leaders. The spirit of the men of Army Group North remained behind in Kurland. The German divisions which found their way to Kurland were stuck there. They were blockaded by the Russians, and there was nothing they could do. They could no longer make any useful contribution to the greater course of the war elsewhere. In many respects, it was a very wasteful and irresponsible gesture on the part of Hitler. This, albeit scratch army, was still a considerable force, which could have made a valuable contribution elsewhere, but it was not to be made available. Despite everything that the besieged Red Army could throw at them, the surviving elements of the 16th and 18th Armies, now officially known as Army Group Kurland, continued to resist all further attempts to force them into surrender. Fighting for the Kurland Peninsula was grinding in nature. It was not like the Western and Eastern fronts, characterized by large formations sweeping along the frontier in impressive, sophisticated operations. In the Kurland fighting, the Germans trapped in this region were gradually, slowly and surely pushed back in spectacular fashion into something of a geographical cul-de-sac by the Red Army. They were well served to the bitter end by the ships of the Kriegsmarine, who managed to evacuate some divisions recalled to Germany. On occasion, they even managed to bring in some much-needed reinforcements. The German Navy did have an important role to play when the Red Army began to advance along the Baltic coast to break into East Prussia. Because if at all possible, the German Navy had to try and contain Soviet naval operations. Even more importantly, they had a grievous burden: to try and evacuate as many of the German civilians and German military units who had been trapped and transport them back into German territory. The naval aspect in the closing stage of the war does demonstrate that the German Navy could operate well, even in the face of disaster, which was now pending. The Kriegsmarine was absolutely vital in explaining why German formations fought bitterly to the end for the pointless battle for the Kurland Peninsula. The peninsula, from the Army's point of view, was militarily useless. Indeed, many German commanders in late 1944 and spring 1945 constantly requested Hitler to give up the Kurland Peninsula. This would release the 26 divisions that were fighting there, in order to bolster their defence in what were more important military regions nearer to home. The German Navy had used the Baltic Sea throughout World War II as a training ground for its submarine commanders. Dönitz, a committed Nazi who was in charge of the Navy at this stage, regarded the retention of the Gulf of Danzig in the Baltic Sea as essential in order to train his submarine commanders to use the extremely powerful new submarine, the Type 21, which the German Navy were developing towards the end of the war. The Kriegsmarine, therefore, played a critical role in explaining why the German formations fought so bitterly for the Kurland Peninsula. Trapped in Kurland, the survivors of the old Army Group North maintained their cohesion and fighting ability until the final surrender on May 8, 1945, almost 4 years since they had first moved into Russia. On that day, 203,000 men began the long march into Soviet captivity. Many would never return, and others were held as slave laborers until 1955. A high price to pay for their long defense. Of the 3 huge army groups which Hitler sent into Russia, it could be argued that Army Group North was the most successful in carrying out the tasks assigned to it. Although the campaign ultimately ended in failure for them, the men of Army Group North retained their military cohesion, with some units achieving the rare distinction of serving for the whole 4 years of the Russian war in the same army group. In the summer of 1942, the Japanese Empire stretched over a vast area of the Western Pacific. After the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941, Japanese forces moved quickly to capture Hong Kong, Burma, Malaya, Borneo, the Philippines, and Singapore. By the spring of 1942, Japanese troops were in New Guinea as the expanding empire swept into the Solomon Islands. By the end of May, Japanese territory spread as far as the large jungle island that would give its name to one of the best-known episodes of the Pacific War, Guadalcanal. Japan's expansion was a seemingly relentless advance, but around the time they reached Guadalcanal, the tide was already beginning to turn against the empire. The May 1942 Battle of the Coral Sea forced Japan to shelve the idea of attacking New Guinea's capital, Port Moresby. In early June, the stunning American victory at Midway persuaded the Japanese leadership to halt their expansion into the Pacific. Consolidation was now the order of the day. But the empire was still a force to be reckoned with. In the middle of June 1942, Allied intelligence in the Solomon Islands reported a worrying development. The Japanese occupiers of Guadalcanal were constructing an airfield on the north coast of the island. Coconut trees were being felled in their thousands, and the reports suggested that the airstrip would be operational in a matter of weeks. This was serious news for the Allies. A Japanese air presence on Guadalcanal would threaten the precious supply line between Hawaii and Australia. In Washington, the American chiefs of staff considered their response. One idea was to carry out a raid against Guadalcanal and put the airfield out of commission. But eventually a plan was hatched that was far more bold in scope. Instead of merely raiding Guadalcanal, the Americans decided to capture the island. The plan was to effect an amphibious landing by American Marine forces, eject the small Japanese presence, and establish an Allied airbase on the island. By June the 25th, the decision was made to go ahead with the operation. Its code name, Watchtower. When the decision was made to capture Guadalcanal, the American planners knew very little about the background that lay ahead. The island was almost entirely unfamiliar. Maps were few and unreliable, and only a limited air reconnaissance was possible. And this was not the only problem that affected American preparations. The success of the Guadalcanal offensive would depend on the Marine troops, whose task was to go ashore and physically capture the vital airstrip. But when the Marine commander, General van der Grift, received his orders at his headquarters in New Zealand on the 25th of June, he knew that his men were far from combat ready. It was only in the previous month that the Marines had left their home base in North Carolina, and by the end of June, only a third of their number had arrived in New Zealand. General van der Grift had been told not to expect any operational duties until 1943. Now, his unprepared division was expected to go into battle in a matter of weeks. Van der Grift was forced into urgent preparations in New Zealand as his men and supplies arrived in the region. Despite an outbreak of influenza amongst his troops and the inconvenience of a strike amongst the dock workers in the port of Wellington, by the end of July, the Marine troops were in position on the island of Fiji, awaiting a final rehearsal for the task ahead. General van der Grift had by now secured a postponement of the day of attack from August the 1st to August the 7th. But he knew that his preparation time had been far from ideal, and in Fiji, the inexperience of the American Marines revealed itself. The Guadalcanal expedition would be an amphibious operation, quite unprecedented in size, and the Fiji exercise revealed the logistical difficulties involved. There was little evidence of coordination between the amphibious landing groups and the accompanying naval and air support. Equipment proved unreliable, and the whole exercise was judged to be little less than a farce. But there could be no delay in the timetable. August the 7th would be the date when the American plan would be put into action. The intentions of the American leadership for the Guadalcanal offensive were relatively straightforward. An armada of transport ships would sail from Fiji to the Solomon Islands and enter the channel to the north of Guadalcanal. There, the main amphibious force would take to their landing crafts and go ashore, while supporting units secured the smaller islands of Tulagi, Gavutu, and Tamonbogo. The transport vessels would not be alone. Instead, they were just part of a much larger invasion force. To the north and northeast lay a substantial protective naval presence under the command of Admiral Crutchley of the Royal Australian Navy. 5 cruisers and 9 destroyers. Generous air support was also provided. Some 100 miles to the south, an American carrier fleet formed into position. The value of the aircraft carrier had already been proved dramatically at the Coral Sea and at Midway, and so the carriers Saratoga, Wasp, and Enterprise were deployed to provide fighter support for the Guadalcanal offensive. alongside the carriers, 1 battleship, 6 cruisers, and some 16 destroyers. These substantial resources were all deployed in support of Vandegrift's 1st Marine Division, a landing force reinforced with crack units of paratroops and marine raiders. But nothing could hide the fact that the 1st Marine Division had only been formed recently, and that the majority of its men lacked any experience of battle. The American Marines could not be sure of the size of the force that awaited them on Guadalcanal, but they could guess at the strength of the Japanese fighting spirit. The best intelligence available suggested that a force of 7,000 troops were in position on the island, and these were likely to include soldiers with recent experience of fighting in difficult jungle conditions. By contrast, there were few men in the American Marines who had ever come across an environment like that of Guadalcanal. The Americans also knew that Japanese strength did not derive only from its positions at Guadalcanal itself. Somewhere to the northwest, in the vicinity of New Britain, lurked the might of Japanese naval power, the 4th Inner South Sea Fleet. These were the concerns that faced the American commanders on the eve of battle in early August 1942. In overall command of the Watchtower operation was Vice Admiral Robert Lee Gormley. A 57-year-old who had served as a liaison officer in London, Gormley arrived in New Zealand in March 1942 to take up command of the South Pacific area and South Pacific Force. Not long afterwards, he received the order to proceed with the Guadalcanal attack. But Gormley would not be in the South Pacific when the fighting finally ended. His eventual removal may have been the result of one of his decisions in the early days of the offensive. But in August 1942, Admiral Gormley was the man in charge. Amongst his subordinates, Rear Admiral Frank J. Fletcher, known to his men as Black Jack. A veteran of the Battle of the Coral Sea and the Battle of Midway, Fletcher was seen as an ideal choice to command the naval task force on which the success of the Guadalcanal offensive would depend. But Fletcher's reputation would also be affected by the decision of his superior, Admiral Gormley. Once again, there was no such concern when operations began. Rear Admiral Fletcher's huge task force was divided into 2 groups, with the key amphibious force under the command of Rear Admiral Richmond J. Turner. Like Gormley and Fletcher, Turner was in his late 50s, although he had never seen active combat service. Instead, he was regarded as an authority in the business of planning an amphibious attack. At Guadalcanal, he would get the chance to put his theories into practice. Rear Admiral Turner's direct subordinates included Major General Alexander A. Vandegrift, and it was this Marine commander who would become most associated with the eventual outcome at Guadalcanal. A veteran of the so-called Banana Wars in the Caribbean, Vandegrift knew all about jungle fighting. Though he was astonished when he learned how little time his 1st Marine Division would have to prepare for the offensive, this gifted soldier put aside his concerns as he took on the business of leadership on the ground. Vandegrift's Marine Division was reinforced with paratroops. It was also supported by the 1st Marine Raider Unit under the command of Colonel Merritt Edson. Like his commander, Edson had combat experience, and it was for this reason that his raiders were given one of the most difficult tasks on the opening day of battle. Known to his men as Red Mike, Edson was a master of special tactics, and he would become one of the most celebrated soldiers of the Pacific War, with Guadalcanal the first location to witness his abilities as a leader of men. The Americans enjoyed no monopoly of excellent leadership at Guadalcanal. in charge of Japanese naval operations in the South Pacific, was Vice Admiral Gunichi Mikawa. Prior to the American attack, Mikawa had expressed well-documented concerns about the fractured nature of the Japanese Pacific Command. But when fighting began, Mikawa would put his opinions to one side as he deployed his naval forces in brilliant style. Complementing Mikawa's naval forces, the Japanese regional ground presence consisted of the 17th Army of Lieutenant General Harukichi Hyakutake. General Hyakutake had a formidable force at his disposal. The 50,000 men that made up 17th Army included the 35th Infantry Brigade of Major General Kawaguchi, a commander who revealed his keenness for the fight as soon as he was engaged on Guadalcanal. A strong desire to get to grips with the enemy was also revealed by Colonel Kiyono Ichiki, a veteran of the war in China and a passionate believer in the prowess of the individual Japanese soldier. As commander of the 2nd Battalion, 28th Infantry Regiment, Colonel Ichiki had the chance to put his beliefs to the test in the first major land action on Guadalcanal itself. It would be an engagement where Colonel Ichiki revealed just how much motivation a commander can instill in his men. It would also be an action that would give rise to one of the most enduring myths about the Guadalcanal offensive. But there can be no doubt that Colonel Ichiki experienced at first hand the power of the weapons available to his enemy. The American triumph at the Battle of Midway proved once and for all the importance of powerful carrier aircraft. And of the dive bombers available to the American commanders, there was none better than the Douglas SBD, the Dauntless. All through the Pacific War, this two-seater warplane proved a menace to Japanese ships. With one 1,600-pound fuselage-mounted bomb and two 325-pound devices on the wings, this elegant aircraft was quick to prove its value against ground positions during the fighting at Guadalcanal. Colonel Ichiki's men would become especially aware of the Dauntless's power. American commanders were also able to deploy a great carrier-borne fighter in the Guadalcanal theatre, the F-4F, the Wildcat, a single-seat fighter whose distinctive form was powered by a 1,200 horsepower engine generating a top speed of 318 miles per hour. By August 1942, the Wildcat had also seen action at Midway and at the Coral Sea. And though perhaps not as great a warplane as the Dauntless, the introduction of the Wildcat proved invaluable for the American efforts at Guadalcanal. The Bell P-400 was essentially an export version of the P-39 Airacobra, and as such lacked, amongst other components, the ability to fit oxygen bottles, giving it a maximum ceiling of 12,000 feet. Unusable as an interceptor, its formidable armament of one nose-mounted 37mm cannon, 2.50 caliber and 4.30 caliber machine guns, together with two 500-pound bombs, ideally suited the P-400 to the ground attack role. With its unusual tricycle undercarriage and the engine placed behind the pilot, the propeller drive shaft running between his legs, the P-400 was not popular with the men who flew it. Despite this valuable support from the air, Van der Grift and his colleagues knew that they would also need substantial amounts of ground resources for the kind of jungle warfare that lay ahead. The Marine troops themselves were a key resource. To get them from the transport ships to the shore, the American forces relied on landing craft like the LCI-L, the Landing Craft Infantry Large. In operation, this 160-foot vessel had the ability to deliver 210 troops to the beach via the ramp gangways fitted to either bow. The LCI-L could also be used to deliver 75 tons of material, and at Guadalcanal, American hardware on the ground included light, mobile tanks, well suited to jungle warfare. The most famous of these was the M3. First produced in 1941, its 6 guns were dominated by a main weapon of 37mm caliber. With armour up to 43mm thick, the M3 provided strong protection for its 4-man crew. Unfortunately, a problem with the disembarkation at the Guadalcanal beachhead meant that General Vandergrift could not call on as many of these fine vehicles as he had originally hoped. But the contribution of the M3 was still crucial in some of the fiercest engagements of the offensive. The conflict on Guadalcanal saw the use for the first time in a combat situation of the American-built Landing Vehicle Tract, or the Alligator, developed from the rescue craft used in the swamp areas of the southern USA in the mid-1930s. Powered by 2 Cadillac V8 engines, propulsion through the water came from paddles attached to the tracks, which would also help mobility on soft, sandy beaches. Over 18,000 vehicles were built, including various models with differing offensive armaments, ranging from the fitting of tank turrets to the upper surfaces, through to the addition of 75mm howitzers. But the main benefit of the Alligator was its ability to drive straight out of the water and into cover before unloading its cargo, making it far less a target than ships, men, and supplies lined up on an exposed beach. Another American weapon that proved itself not only at Guadalcanal but also in subsequent jungle battles was the 75mm pack howitzer, the M1A1. Light and maneuverable, the pack howitzer was a long-established weapon in the American arsenal. Ideal for dropping by parachute, the M1A1 possessed a maximum range of some 9,700 yards, and the Japanese would feel the force of its 13-pound shells in the fighting of 1942. A light and versatile weapon, the 37mm gun, when used in the anti-tank role, fired a solid shot round that could penetrate 25mm of armour at 1,000 yards, and an armour-piercing round that could penetrate 58mm. Both types of rounds proved more than adequate in defeating the lightly armoured tanks used by the Japanese on Guadalcanal. It was when used in the anti-personnel role that the 37mm gun proved its worth with devastating effect. Using canister fire, the gun was effectively turned into a 37mm shotgun. While posing little threat against tanks, it could decimate the frontal infantry attacks favoured by the Japanese. Weighing in at 912 pounds, the gun was very light and could easily be dismantled and transported through the jungle. Over 18,000 were produced, and the gun was widely used in the Pacific Theatre. The standard weapon of the infantrymen of the Second World War was the rifle. Most of the world's armies at this time used the hand-operated bolt-action weapon that had been in use since before the First World War. The only exception to this rule was the US military. Entering service in 1936 and standard issue by 1940, the M1 Garand rifle was a gas-operated, semi-automatic rifle fed by an 8-round magazine. Slightly heavier than the traditional rifle, the M1 Garand was a particularly reliable weapon, a significant advantage when fighting in the damp jungle conditions of Guadalcanal. But for all the quality of the American hardware, the circumstances of the Guadalcanal assault meant that not enough material was actually landed on the island. The fact that American ground commanders were not able to call on their full complement of hardware continues to be discussed today. What is certain is that when the American transport ships withdrew, half their material cargo was still on board, and the Marines left behind knew that their enemy also possessed many fine weapons of war. Success in jungle warfare can often be decided by one of the most ancient of all aspects of combat, the skill and resources of the individual soldier. And for the Japanese infantryman, much of his strength derived from the quality of his rifle, typically the Type 99. Originally introduced as the Type 38 in the early years of the 20th century, the 1930s saw this 9-pound weapon modified from its original 6.5mm caliber to accommodate a new 7.7mm cartridge. Extensively used in the fighting in China, the Type 99 was an ideal gun for the jungle sniper, and Japanese troops were also keen to use the weapon with its bayonet attached, as the American Marines found out in one of the bloodiest engagements of the Guadalcanal fighting. The Japanese infantryman could also draw confidence from the weapons used to support him. The Type 92 battalion gun may have been one of the strangest looking machines of the Second World War, but it was also one of the most widely used. Its relatively short range meant that it was often used for direct fire duties in close contact with the enemy, a task greatly assisted by its relative lightness in action. This enabled the Japanese gunners to attack, move on, and then attack again from an entirely new direction of fire, a tactic that made a disturbing impact upon the troops who found themselves in the Type 92's sights. The Japanese, like the Americans, also recognized the value of carrier-launched warplanes, and in 1942 they possessed a seaborne carrier aircraft at the peak of its powers, the legendary Mitsubishi A6M, the Zero fighter, or as American troops christened it, the Zeke. A single-seat aircraft, the Zero was introduced in 1939, and its capabilities came to the attention of the Allies when it was used during the attack on Pearl Harbor. Its range was remarkable, its speed equally impressive, and its pilots enjoyed excellent maneuverability. The Zero's armament was also a force to be reckoned with. 2 machine guns in the nose, with 2 20mm cannons mounted in the wings. Developed to replace the GM3, which had been in production since 1936, the Mitsubishi G4M entered service in the spring of 1941. The G4M, or Betty bomber, as it was known by the Americans, was the Japanese Navy's frontline land-based bomber. The Betty was armed with 1 cannon and 4 machine guns, and was also capable of carrying either a full bomb load or a single torpedo, a weapon ideally suited to the Pacific conflict. In the early stages of the war in the Pacific, the Betty proved to be a worthy opponent against the limited performance of the US fighters. But as better Allied aircraft began to enter the Pacific theatre, the situation began to change. Like the Mitsubishi Zero, the Betty was designed without self-sealing tanks to increase performance and range, and subsequently became notorious with the airmen who flew it as a fire hazard. Derived from the Type 89 medium tank, which first came into service in 1929 and saw extensive service in the war with China, the Chi-Ha Type 97 was hopelessly outclassed when engaging even the smallest American tanks. The earlier Type 89's main gun could not be loaded with armor-piercing rounds, which relegated it to an infantry support vehicle. The Type 97's better armament of a 47mm gun and 2 machine guns could do nothing to improve its combat effectiveness. With armor plating no thicker than 30mm, under half that of its American counterpart, the Sherman, the Type 97 was used widely by the Japanese Army throughout the entire Pacific conflict. The 70mm infantry howitzer, or mountain gun Type 92, was found to be completely inadequate against American armor and was relegated to nothing more than an infantry support weapon. The one major advantage of this artillery piece during the conflict was that it was capable of being dismantled and carried by its crew of 5, albeit with some difficulty, through the dense jungle and hilly terrain of Guadalcanal. A light gun, weighing 468 pounds, roughly half the weight of the comparable American gun, it fired an 8.3-pound high-explosive round up to a range of 3,000 yards. While the Japanese military failed to recognize the submachine gun as a viable infantry weapon, it regularly employed the light machine gun in an infantry support role. The Nambu 7.7mm Type 99 light machine gun was actually based on the British Bren gun, and used extensively in the Guadalcanal campaign. The Nambu was an extremely accurate weapon with a high rate of fire and could even be fitted both with a bayonet and a telescopic sight. To the Japanese officer, the samurai sword was a revered symbol of the spirit of ancient Japan, believed to be the embodiment of the samurai's code, the expression of his iron discipline, and unswerving devotion to duty. The swords issued to Japanese officers were generally lower quality, mass-made examples. But as fighting weapons and as a symbol of military authority, a sword was considered essential by Japanese officers. Even by World War II, with the development of far more effective and destructive weapons, the sword, carried into battle by a Japanese officer, held a vital link with the ancient samurai code of honor, Bushido. As the American invasion force moved into position in the Solomon Islands on the 7th of August 1942, the story of the Pacific War still had a long way to run, but the next chapter was about to begin at Guadalcanal. To the pleasant surprise of the American troops, the landing on Guadalcanal was made without the attentions of the enemy. This was fortunate, since the disembarkation proved to be as uncoordinated as the rehearsal suggested it might be. Before long, the so-called Red Beach was strewn with supplies, men, and material, and no one seemed to know who was responsible for what. But at least the Japanese were nowhere to be seen, and by the end of the day, the Marines were already moving towards the Japanese airfield. But elsewhere, the forces of the Empire were present in numbers. At Tulagi, the Marine raiders of Colonel Edson encountered fierce Japanese resistance, especially during the night that followed the landing. In the darkness of the jungle, no fewer than 4 Japanese assaults were beaten back, and it took until the end of the second day before Colonel Edson could report the final reduction of Japanese troops. Fierce battles were also joined at the connected islets of Gavutu and Tamonbogo, with the latter only falling after the intervention of naval support, the big guns of the destroyer Buchanan. The Americans had always expected the task of capturing the small islands to be difficult, but on Guadalcanal itself, success proved to be relatively straightforward, at least at first. By the afternoon of the second day of operations, American Marines had moved west from Red Beach to secure possession of the nearly completed Japanese airfield, a site quickly given the name Henderson Field in honor of a hero of the Battle of Midway. The Japanese forces had simply fled to the hills. As dusk fell on the 8th of August 1942, the first objective of the operation had been achieved. And although losses on the Northern Islands had been heavy, General Vandergrift could reflect on a job well done. But any overconfidence would prove to be premature. As soon as the Americans made their move, Admiral Mikawa of the Japanese 4th Inner South Sea Fleet ordered a battle group to set sail for Guadalcanal, through the Solomon Islands channel that became known as the Slot. But before they could arrive, Mikawa also dispatched a force of bombers with fighter escort against the American forces. Alerted, Admiral Fletcher dispatched 60 Wildcat fighters to greet them in the skies over Guadalcanal. In a fierce dogfight, 16 Japanese aircraft were lost against a total of 11 American planes. Admiral Turner decided to move his own fleet into defensive positions north and south of Savo Island, with the destroyers Blue and Ralph Talbot in the advanced positions. It was these outposts that were first sighted by the Japanese battle groups at 0100 hours on the morning of the 9th of August. Minutes later, Admiral Mikawa's cruiser fleet sailed past, entirely unnoticed. Now he ordered his small cruiser-borne float planes into the air. At 0145 hours, their pilots began to drop flares that revealed the full presence of the Allied ships. Now Mikawa gave the order for the torpedoes to be launched and the big guns to be fired. The Battle of Savo Island had begun. The Japanese had taken their enemy by surprise, and they made their advantage pay. The Allied cruisers Vincennes, Quincy, Canberra and Astoria were all lost. Another was seriously damaged as the Japanese battle group swept round Savo Island and back out through the slot to the northwest. The Imperial Navy had triumphed in the first of 4 major battles that would take place in the seas around Guadalcanal. For the Marine commander van der Grift, this loss of supporting firepower was a disaster, and the Battle of Savo Island was a comprehensive victory for the Japanese. But the Americans could console themselves with the fact that Mikawa's fleet had not taken out the transport ships. But more bad news had already reached the Marines. In the hours before the Japanese attack, General van der Grift was informed of a decision made by Admiral Fletcher. He had decided to withdraw his force of carriers in the south, having agreed with his superior, Admiral Gormley, that fuel and aircraft resources were insufficient to maintain a secure presence in the region. As a consequence of this controversial decision, Admiral Turner announced that he would also have to withdraw his amphibious task force. By the end of the 9th of August, just 2 days into the operation, Admiral Turner's ships had left Guadalcanal, taking half of the Marines' supplies and material with him. There had been no time to unload any more. On Guadalcanal, and on the smaller islands to the north, the 1st Marine Division were left to fend for themselves. It was potentially a disastrous turn of events. There was nothing else for van der Grift to do but secure his defensive perimeter as best he could, and set his men to the task of completing the Henderson Field airstrip. If it could be brought into operation quickly, it would be a precious asset to the now isolated Marines. The work was hampered by the lack of materials and also by the constant presence of Japanese warplanes in the skies above. Before long, the enemy would be even closer at hand. In the hot, humid jungle conditions, General van der Grift's inexperienced men were quickly learning the often desperate facts of war. The Japanese 17th Army of Lieutenant General Hyakutake was now ordered to retake Guadalcanal, and he selected the 35th Infantry Brigade of Major General Kawaguchi to carry out the task. It was now that Rear Admiral Tanaka came up with the imaginative idea of moving troops from New Britain to Guadalcanal using fast night convoys of cruisers and destroyers, the so-called rat runs which became known as the Tokyo Express. Such was the effectiveness of the procedure in delivering Japanese forces to Guadalcanal. On the 18th of August, with the Henderson Field still not operational, the first of these night convoys succeeded in landing 2 echelons of troops. To the west, a special landing force went ashore at Kokumbona. To the east, at Taivu Point, the 2nd Battalion of the 28th Infantry Regiment under the command of Colonel Ichiki. It was a bold move, perhaps a little too bold. General Hyakutake decided not to wait for his scattered 35th Infantry Brigade to form up. Instead, he acted at once, and Ichiki's men quickly advanced from their beachhead. By the evening of the 20th of August, they had reached the edge of the American position to the east of Alligator Creek. That night, Colonel Ichiki launched his attack. It was a fearsome engagement that became known as the Battle of the Temaru. the Japanese hurled themselves at the Americans in a bayonet charge. Their courage was phenomenal as they ran into the line of American artillery, machine gun and infantry fire. When they were forced to withdraw, the inspirational Ichiki ordered the survivors to regroup, and once again they charged the American positions. But the bravery of Ichiki's men would not be enough. By the following afternoon, the Japanese assault had failed, and the last of Ichiki's men found themselves surrounded by an American force now reinforced by light armor. At some point, Colonel Ichiki himself died in the fighting, although a popular myth suggests that he committed harakiri when he realized that the battle was lost. The American victory at the Temaru was total, and the battlefield was a scene of slaughter. 800 of Ichiki's 900 men were dead. Significantly, the final elimination of the Japanese troops was assisted by American power in the air. The Henderson Field was now operational, and on August the 20th, 19 Wildcat fighters and 12 Dauntless dive bombers landed on Guadalcanal. The American occupation was now a less tentative enterprise. But the battle for the island was still far from won. In late August and early September, the ships of the Tokyo Express brought substantial numbers of troops to the east and west of Vandergrift's perimeter. In early September, the American commander brought his raiders and paratroops onto Guadalcanal itself, and on September the 7th dispatched them east to Tasimbako, a village believed to be a center of Japanese strength. Vandergrift's intelligence was accurate. Japanese troops were based in Tasimbako, and a brief engagement resulted before the raiders captured the village. But the Japanese contingent was small, and Colonel Edson soon found out why. A far larger force had been present in Tasimbako, but they had now moved on. This was the 35th Brigade of General Kawaguchi, and it had set off south into the jungle with the likely intention of moving west before attacking Henderson Field to the north. Hurriedly, General Vandergrift organized his men into position for the suspected Japanese attack. His assumption was that his Japanese counterpart would strike against the ridge that lay to the south of the airstrip. If they did, they would find the American raiders and paratroops waiting for them. Vandergrift's assumption was correct. On the evening of the 12th of September, Japanese warships unleashed a barrage of shellfire, not against the airfield, but against the ridge that would provide the grim name for the battle to come, Bloody Ridge. It would be no exaggeration. When the Japanese shelling ceased, Kawaguchi's men made an initial assault that pushed the American defenders back. But the real attack came the following evening, September the 13th. That night saw the island of Guadalcanal enveloped in the fog of war. Kawaguchi's brigade now launched themselves forward in a heroic drive against the American positions. They were met by a line of mortar and artillery fire. But heavy Japanese firepower was also deployed from a group of 7 destroyers in the coastal waters to the north. The American Wildcat pilots were also able to bring the power of their guns to bear, but still the Japanese infantry surged forward. It was a night of desperate fighting. On no fewer than 12 occasions, the Japanese troops charged the American line. On occasions, the defense appeared on the point of breaking, but the raiders and paratroops somehow held firm throughout the night. By the morning of the 14th of September, the battle was won, and what was left of Kawaguchi's force was retreating east. The ridge was covered with bodies, and it was still in American hands. Henderson Field remained secure. General Vandergrift had arrived on Guadalcanal on August the 7th with a largely inexperienced body of men. Now, 6 weeks later, they had become a battle-hardened force to be reckoned with. But there was no time for complacency. The Marines still faced many difficulties on Guadalcanal. Tropical diseases such as dysentery were rife amongst the American troops. A typical roll call revealed 1 in 5 men on the sick list. There was also the continued presence of the enemy. Van der Grift's men were allowed no respite from Japanese bombardment from the air and from the sea. By mid-October, the Japanese ground presence on Guadalcanal had also been reinforced. The commander of 17th Army had moved his headquarters to the island, and General Hyakutake could call on a force of 20,000 men for a new assault against an American presence, itself now 23,000 strong. This would be the third major Japanese attack. It would also be the last. In broad terms, General Hyakutake's plan was for a simultaneous attack from 2 sides. From the west, Major General Sumiyoshi would lead an assault with armoured support against the American perimeter. At his disposal, some 5,600 men. Meanwhile, to the south, Major General Kawaguchi would attack with 7,000 men and a strong artillery element. On the evening of the 22nd of October, the Battle of Henderson Field began. To the west, an artillery barrage announced Japanese intentions. When the guns fell silent, Sumiyoshi's battalions threw themselves against the American defensive line with the support of their tanks. Now it was the turn of the American big guns to intervene. Artillery pieces and dedicated anti-tank weapons rained down their shells on the Japanese men and armour. Infantry fire was also ferocious, and despite the trademark hunger for the fight displayed by the Japanese soldier, the Western assault was completely repulsed in a matter of hours. The American positions should also have been under simultaneous attack from the south, but here there was silence. General Maruyama had found the march through the Guadalcanal jungle tough going. Too tough. At the stated moment for the assault to begin, his men were still hacking their way through the thick vegetation. Crucially, Maruyama had to abandon his mortars and artillery pieces on the way. He was also out of communication with his colleagues to the west, and was thus unable to tell Sumiyoshi to delay. It was October the 24th before the now weakened southern sector could make its attack, and the result was predictable. More fierce fighting and victory for the American Marines, leaving behind another blood-soaked battlefield. American satisfaction was now understandable. The Marines had seen off 3 major Japanese attempts to eject them from Guadalcanal. But celebration was tempered by the loss of the American carrier Hornet during a naval engagement to the north of Guadalcanal. This was the Battle of Santa Cruz, the last of the 4 great sea battles that took place while the Marines struggled to maintain their hold on land. In general, Japanese sea power around Guadalcanal proved far more effective than their operations on the island itself. Both the Japanese and the American navies lost about 25 warships in the course of their confrontations in the region. But it is as a marine operation that Guadalcanal is best remembered today. When Van der Grift's exhausted men were finally withdrawn in early December, They had endured 4 months in isolated, difficult terrain with no respite from the attentions of the enemy. 1,600 Marines had died, 4,700 had been wounded. But they had won, and the Japanese knew it. Their casualty list was 4 times the size. On December 31st, the Imperial Command made the decision to withdraw the remaining Japanese forces from Guadalcanal. By February the 8th, they had gone, and the American 14th Corps were left in complete control of the island. In the months that followed, the Henderson Field airstrip was built up into a major military facility. The supply lines to Australia and New Zealand were secure, and the Japanese advance had been turned back for the first time. Now the Americans could consider the future with greater confidence, and Guadalcanal would be the first staging post on the long road that lay ahead. This previously unknown patch of jungle is now deservedly famous as the first of the many islands on which Americans were forced to hop on their way to final victory.
In December 1941, Japan went to war with the United States by launching a surprise attack against the US Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor in the Hawaiian Islands. In the following months, the Japanese ruthlessly overran American and Allied possessions in the Far East and Pacific Ocean. Yet by the spring of 1945, the tide of war had turned. A seemingly unstoppable American military whirlwind was thundering across the Pacific Ocean towards the shores of the Japanese home islands, threatening total defeat. There was a lot to lose. Japan had never been defeated in over 1,000 years and believed itself mandated by heaven to be a great power. Failure was incomprehensible. Despite the desperation of their position, Japan's leaders resolved to stop the American colossus at the gates. On the rugged island backwater of Okinawa, many believed that the superior will of Japanese soldiers, sailors, and airmen would triumph over American materialism and save Japan. As the last major fight against the Americans, Okinawa was as costly and as savage as the Japanese had intended. Yet the outcome of the battle and its consequences for Japan were to be far more catastrophic than her leaders could ever have imagined. On the 20th of November 1943, US Marine and Army forces, under the strategic direction of Admiral Chester Nimitz, invaded the outermost point of the Japanese defensive perimeter in the Pacific. The invasion of the Gilbert Islands was the first of the big American amphibious assaults in the Pacific. The bloody fighting on Tarawa demonstrated the ability of new American naval, air and ground forces to attack and overwhelm almost at will any part of the Japanese defense line. The invasion of the Gilberts was the opening blow in what became a relentless drive by US forces across the Central Pacific. In January and February 1944, the Marshall Islands were secured. In June, American forces leapt forwards nearly 1,000 miles to secure Saipan, Tinian, and Guam in the Marianas. In the South Pacific, forces under General Douglas MacArthur completed the liberation of New Guinea. In October 1944, Nimitz and MacArthur's forces combined to begin the invasion of the Philippines, with landings at Leyte Gulf. Once the initial objectives of this campaign were secured, Nimitz turned his attention to the final approaches to Japan. Formosa, now known as Taiwan, had been the intended objective of the next phase of the American advance, not Okinawa. A number of considerations led the Americans to cancel the Formosa invasion in preference for an attack against Okinawa and the Ryukyu Islands. Army and Navy planners began to realize that with no immediate prospect of troop reinforcements from the European War, existing Pacific Theater forces were inadequate for invading such a large and well-defended island as Formosa. On occupying the Marianas in July 1944, US planners realized these islands lacked adequate harbor and base facilities to support the immense naval and amphibious forces needed for the Formosa operation. Although it took time for commanders in the Pacific to convince Washington that the Formosa operation should be cancelled in favor of Okinawa, by early October, Nimitz had received orders to plan an invasion. Codenamed Iceberg, the invasion was scheduled for the 1st of March 1945. Prior to launching Operation Iceberg, the tiny island of Iwo Jima was to be secured to protect the right flank and lines of communications of those forces involved. The Marines landed on Iwo Jima on the 19th of February, but the fanatical last stand of the 26,000-man garrison on this 8-square-mile island proved harder to overcome than anticipated. In the end, the 6 weeks of bloody fighting it took to secure the island, as well as delays in available shipping, prompted the invasion of Okinawa to be rescheduled for the 1st of April 1945. Ominously, American casualties on Iwo Jima had totaled over 6,000 dead and 20,000 wounded. Only 1,000 Japanese, too wounded to commit suicide, had been captured. It seemed that despite their desperate situation, the Japanese will to resist was unbroken. Although the loss of Iwo Jima represented a major breach of the Japanese High Command's final inner defense zone for the home islands, it was only one part of a total collapse of Japan's strategic position across the Far East in the opening months of 1945. Japanese forces had been routed and driven from Burma by revitalized British Imperial forces. In the Philippines, only small and scattered Japanese resistance remained. In January 1945, US Navy carrier aircraft began regular large-scale strikes against targets in the Japanese home islands themselves. In March, P-51 Mustang fighter bombers from Iwo Jima joined this aerial assault. That same month, long-range B-29 Superfortress bombers, based in the Marianas, began devastating Japanese cities with incendiary attacks. At sea, American submarines and aircraft inflicted savage losses upon Japan's merchant navy. The imminent collapse of imports of raw materials threatened Japan's ability to continue the war by denying her the weapons to fight. Even more ominous were the resulting shortages in foodstuffs. Japan's leaders were acutely aware that by 1946, domestic food stocks would be exhausted. Faced with starvation, there was a very real possibility that the traditional social and political order of Japan would be turned upside down. In the face of this national collapse, Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo believed that only a decisive victory on Japanese soil could save the nation. What they needed was time to organize their remaining resources for the final decisive battle. The forces on Okinawa would be sacrificed to win time to organize the defense of the home islands. Okinawa would decide more than just the fate of a single island. It would decide the fate of Japan, her culture, and her people. In the struggle for Okinawa, the Americans relied upon a number of experienced naval and army officers. Many of these senior commanders had served in the hard campaigns of the early years of the war, when the Japanese had been in the ascendant. The overall planning and conduct of the Okinawa campaign was under the command of Admiral Chester Nimitz, commander of the United States Pacific Fleet and forces of the Pacific Ocean areas. After the devastation of Pearl Harbor in December 1941, Nimitz took control of a demoralized Pacific fleet. This modest, outwardly relaxed man from the Texan hill country soon set about establishing his reputation as a humane, inspirational, and aggressive leader. Arriving at Pearl Harbor, Nimitz rejected demands for a witch hunt of the fleet's personnel. Instead, he chose to heal the fleet's wounds and restore morale by immediately taking the war to the Japanese. In early 1942, US carrier forces attacked targets in the Central Pacific and, most impressively, Tokyo. At the Coral Sea and Midway, the US Navy halted Japanese expansion in the Pacific. In just 6 months, the quiet admiral had put a shattered navy on the road to victory. A submariner by trade, who never qualified to fly or command carriers, Nimitz developed a sound understanding of the critical role of aviation in modern warfare. He fully supported the creation of the fast carrier groups that became the main attack force of the Pacific Fleet. By 1944, Nimitz's revitalized fleet boldly drove across the Pacific, inflicting crushing defeats on the Japanese combined fleet at the battles of the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf. Nimitz never commanded at sea during the war, preferring to devolve command to trusted subordinates. A sound judge of character, he had a talent for selecting the right man for a job. When questions were raised about a commander's performance in action, he chose to make his own inquiries rather than trust the opinions of others. Although he commanded far from the battlefronts, Chester Nimitz was not a cold-hearted commander. Acutely aware of the human dimension of war, he regularly visited frontline positions to talk to soldiers, sailors, and airmen. One of the most capable and trusted of Nimitz's subordinates was 59-year-old Vice Admiral Raymond Spruance. For the Okinawa campaign, Spruance was placed in overall command of the 5th Fleet and the Central Pacific Task Forces. An odd man, outwardly cold and something of a hypochondriac, Spruance had a reputation for cool and detailed thinking. Originally a surface ship commander, on the outbreak of war he found himself thrown into the new concept of carrier warfare. He swiftly demonstrated his abilities, achieving great success. In June 1942, he commanded the American carrier force that defeated the Japanese at the Battle of Midway. He then served as Nimitz's Chief of Operations before returning to Sea Command in late 1943. He oversaw the invasions of the Gilbert, Marshall and Mariana Island chains, but his failure to annihilate the Japanese fleet at the Battle of the Philippine Sea in June 1944 attracted bitter criticism. Faced with a complex situation, Spruance fought with masterly logic, destroying the entire Japanese fleet air support in one day. Though Spruance shunned emotion and bombast, by 1945, in private, he fretted and worried. In letters to his wife, he confessed to sleeping badly. The strain of almost 18 months of conducting or planning operations, punctuated by infrequent periods of home leave, was taking its toll on the austere master of detail. The driving force propelling Spruance's fleet for the Okinawa invasion were the fast carriers of Task Force 58, commanded by Vice Admiral Mark Mitcher. These two commanders from different parts of the Navy developed a close and harmonious relationship over the course of the war. It had not always been so. Unimpressed by Mitcher's poor handling of the carrier Hornet at Midway, Spruance strongly opposed Nimitz's decision to promote his colleague to commander of the new fast carrier force in late 1943. As the war progressed, however, Mitcher proved his critics wrong, winning even Spruance's admiration. Mitcher's aggressive, courageous, and carefully calculated tactics smashed the Japanese in the Central Pacific and at the Battle of the Philippine Sea. By 1945, the man nicknamed Bald Eagle for his beaky, wizened face and intense watery blue eyes was the preeminent carrier commander of the Pacific War. Mitcher was a demanding battle commander. He instilled his carrier groups with an alert and keen edge by insisting that they always operate as if battle were imminent. Despite his slavish attention to detail, Mitcher gave his carrier commanders extensive scope to use their initiative. Setting the highest standards for himself, he expected the same in others. The Bald Eagle was a commander who needed to feel the pulse of action at close quarters. In the end, the strain he placed on his slight body during the war killed him in 1947. He was just 60 years old. If Mitcher was Spruance's right-hand man, then equally inseparable from the US Navy's success was the less attractive figure of Vice Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner. Commander of the Joint Expeditionary Task Force, Turner was responsible for planning and conducting the initial amphibious assault landing on Okinawa. Having overseen most of the previous landings in the Central Pacific, Turner was a natural choice. Commanding the US 10th Army during the Okinawa invasion was Lieutenant General Simon Bolivar Buckner. His subsequent conduct of the campaign generated strong criticism from contemporary Marine and naval officers. Born in Kentucky in 1886, he passed out middle of his West Point class in 1908. His pre-war experience involved training as a pilot and 2 appointments at West Point, the last as Commandant of Cadets. In 1940, he was promoted to brigadier and sent to Alaska, where he was responsible for directing operations in the harsh conditions of the Aleutian Islands campaign. In May 1943, he was sent to Hawaii to organize the 10th Army. Keen to be seen by his men, Buckner regularly went forwards to observe the fighting. During one of these visits, on the 18th of June, he was killed. In 1954, he was posthumously promoted to full general. The Japanese commanders, who struggled to save Okinawa and Japan in 1945, were motivated by seemingly contradictory factors. They were professional officers, utterly devoted to the service of Emperor Hirohito. Imbued with the ancient samurai code of Bushido, many preferred death at their own hands to the disgrace of capture. They fought fanatically to save Japan, yet all but the most deluded harbored no doubts about the eventual outcome of the battle for Okinawa and the war as a whole. In a sense, they fought because they understood nothing else. 58-year-old Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima was given command of the 32nd Army on Okinawa in August 1944. In the early stages of the war, he'd commanded troops in Burma. He then spent several years as head of the Japanese Military Academy before receiving his appointment on Okinawa. On taking up his post on Okinawa, Ushijima immediately set about preparing the island's defense and improving his troops' morale. His calm manner, integrity, and quiet confidence earned him the admiration of his subordinates. Second in command of the 32nd Army was Major General Isamu Cho. A hard-headed and aggressive officer, in the 1930s, Cho had been associated with extremist officers who advocated setting up a military dictatorship in the name of the emperor. Although arrested, he was soon released and his career prospered. As an officer in the Kwantung Army in Korea, Cho had been intimately involved in provoking war with China in the 1930s. He reportedly took a leading role in organizing the mass killing of over 250,000 Chinese civilians at Nanking in 1938. During the war, he held a number of staff appointments in China, Burma, and Malaya. He came to Okinawa from the Military Affairs Bureau of the War Department. One of the brightest staff officers produced by the Imperial Japanese Army was 42-year-old Colonel Hiromichi Yahara. In the 1930s, he spent 2 years as an exchange officer in America, giving him a unique insight into the nature and strength of his future enemy. His modest but fiercely intellectual nature often brought him into conflict with more senior officers who wanted obedience, not questions, from their subordinates. Admiral Soemu Toyoda led the Imperial Japanese Navy to a series of overwhelming defeats at the Philippine Sea and off the Leyte Gulf. By 1945, he seemed to lose confidence in his decision-making. In a divided navy, opinions on Toyoda's abilities varied greatly. Some considered him a brilliant man, broken by insurmountable problems. His detractors thought him lacking in intelligence and ability. At Okinawa, however, he fatefully ordered the battleship Yamato to attack US shipping off the island in the knowledge that she was doomed. Even more reprehensible was the fact that in order to carry out the attack, 1 month's oil supply had to be requisitioned from the merchant navy at a time when Japan's people were desperate for imported food. Such callous decisions were spurred not by military realism, but Toyoda's belief that it would dishonor the Imperial Navy if a ship bearing Japan's ancient spiritual name was surrendered to the enemy. Toyoda's decision typifies the conceit of a navy that placed its own warped idea of honor above the needs of the people it was supposed to serve. The plan for Operation Iceberg was drawn up between September 1944 and February 1945. It was the most audacious and complex amphibious operation to be undertaken by US forces in the Pacific War. The basic aim was to seize Okinawa in order to develop bases there to support the future invasion of Japan. Iceberg's objectives were only achievable by accumulating vast numbers of men and resources. It required the complex cooperation of naval and amphibious forces from Nimitz's command, as well as close coordination with Army and Air Force units in neighboring theaters. Iceberg was to be the ultimate test of lessons learned by American forces during their advance across the Pacific. The invasion was directly controlled by Vice Admiral Spruance's Central Pacific Task Force. Spruance's plan of attack was initially conceived in 4 phases. Phase 1 was to be conducted by Vice Admiral Mitch's fast carriers of Task Force 58 and B-29 Superfortress heavy bombers of General LeMay's 21st Bomber Command. Attacks by these forces were intended to isolate Okinawa by neutralizing Japanese air power in the Ryukyu, Japanese home islands, and Formosa. Once this was completed, Mitch's fast carriers were to take station east of Okinawa and provide support to the other phases of Iceberg. Mitch was also responsible for eliminating any enemy surface threat. Joining American naval forces for the first time would be the British Pacific Fleet. Commanded by Vice Admiral Sir Bernard Rawlings, the British carriers of Task Force 57 were assigned to protect the left flank of the invasion by mounting strikes against Japanese air assets in the Sakishima Islands and Formosa. In Phase 2, Vice Admiral Turner's Joint Expeditionary Force was to support landings by the 24th Army and 3rd Amphibious Corps of Lieutenant General Simon Buckner's 10th Army. These forces were initially assigned to secure the Keizeshima and Kerama Group Islands west of Okinawa. The main landings would then take place on the Hagushi beaches along the center of Okinawa's west coast. The second phase would end with the securing of the southern part of the island. In Phase 3, the remainder of the island would be occupied, along with the Eshima, in and off the northwest coast. Iceberg was larger than any other operation of the Pacific War. 183,000 troops and 747,000 tons of supplies were loaded into over 430 assault vessels and landing ships at 11 different ports, from Seattle on the west coast of the United States to Leyte in the Philippines. A further 115,000 service troops would land once Okinawa was secured to begin developing port and base facilities and airfields. Including naval forces, by the end of the campaign, 548,000 personnel participated in the campaign. They were supported by 318 combat vessels and 1,139 auxiliary ships. During the campaign, 60 carriers were available to provide air cover. Of these, 26 were fleet and light, the remainder escort carriers. 18 battleships and over 200 destroyers were used. During operations between March and June 1945, Spruance's Fifth Fleet consumed more fuel than Japan imported in 1944. From September 1943, the Ryukyu Islands assumed increasing importance in Japanese plans, although little was immediately done to develop their defenses. When the loss of the Marianas in June 1944 made a thrust against the Ryukyus a real possibility, reinforcements for Lieutenant General Mitsuru Ushijima's 32nd Army began pouring in to defend these islands. Despite these initial measures, by January 1945, the Army and Navy were split over whether the decisive battle should be waged on Okinawa or the Japanese home islands. The Navy hoped to secure a victory off Japan and resolved to commit the bulk of its air power at Okinawa. In contrast, the army was convinced that Japan was the best place to defeat the Americans. Accordingly, troops were steadily withdrawn from Okinawa, and promised reinforcements never materialized. This inter-service quarrel gradually made it clear to Ushijima that his forces were going to be sacrificed. He abandoned his existing plans to defeat an American invasion at the shoreline. The new plan was based upon sound arguments from Colonel Hiromichi Yahara. Aware of the overwhelming firepower available to the Americans, Yahara decided to concentrate 32nd Army's main strength in the south around the ancient capital of Shuri. The 62nd Infantry Division would defend 3 lines in this area, while the 24th Infantry Division covered potential landing sites around Minatoga on the southeast coast. Each division would be used to reinforce the other, depending on the direction of the main US attack. Only elements of the 44th Independent Mixed Brigade and a few service troops were deployed in the center and north of Okinawa. These were ordered to harass and delay the Americans as best they could. Yahara intended to fight a long and bloody battle of attrition. Okinawa was riddled by steep escarpments and ravines. East-west limestone plateau and ridges formed natural and mutually supporting lines of defense. Natural caves and burial tombs were easily converted into strong underground positions, largely invulnerable to enemy air and artillery fire. To man these defenses, 32nd Army had 65,000 regular troops and 8,800 naval personnel. 20,000 residents had formed a militia. At Okinawa, America would be battered by the greatest concentration of artillery encountered by US forces in the Pacific War. By doggedly holding their fortified positions, the defenders of Okinawa would have to be blasted out position by position at a heavy cost in American lives. As the forces on Okinawa prepared to sacrifice themselves, Imperial General Headquarters prepared to implement its Tenichigo Plan. This involved the concentration of Army and Navy aircraft on Formosa, Kyushu, and around Tokyo. With the Navy providing the bulk of these forces, Army air units were placed under direct control of the commander of the combined fleet, Admiral Toyoda. The dilemma confronting Toyoda was how to use these forces in the face of American quantitative and qualitative superiority. Although the battle for Okinawa was ultimately decided on land, the most original tactical and technological developments were in the air and at sea. By 1945, the quality of Japanese pilots had slumped. The Imperial Navy was all but irrelevant as a fighting force. As a result, the Japanese High Command decided on the widespread adoption of new forms of the kamikaze tactic. Suicide attacks were not new. Throughout the war, Japanese pilots had demonstrated their willingness to crash into Allied vessels. However, during the fighting off the Philippines in 1944, what had once been a random act of self-sacrifice was converted into a formal and lethal method of attack by the Imperial Navy. The reason for this was simple. The only way that the Japanese could replace their huge aircrew losses was to cut back training programs. By late 1944, Japanese pilots had an average of only 2 or 3 months training. Rival US Navy pilots had 2 years training, and often the chance to acquire combat experience in minor actions. The resulting quality gap meant that Japanese air formations were regularly annihilated in combat. To overcome the lack of training and Allied air defenses during the Battle for Leyte in 1944, Vice Admiral Onishi instructed his pilots to deliberately ram their planes into Allied warships. As Japan's situation deteriorated, by 1945, greater reliance was placed upon the use of what were now termed Special Attack Corps, or Toko, to compensate for Japanese inferiority. Special attack units comprised 3 kamikazes, supported by an observer aircraft and a fighter. This tactical formation was intended to maximize success by delivering a coordinated attack. The kamikazes were armed with conventional bombs or torpedoes to increase their destructive power. To avoid errors in the attack, the bombs were already fused. As the weight of the payloads often made the aircraft less maneuverable and consequently more vulnerable to Allied fighter planes, sophisticated tactics were replaced by a fast sprint towards the target. During the approach to the target, special attack groups learned to confuse American radar operators by following returning US air groups closely enough to mingle with their radar echoes. They sent out false signals to mimic the transmitters on US aircraft that identified them as friends to shipborne radar. To further baffle enemy radar, the kamikazes approached erratically, constantly changing altitude in the hope of breaking contact. In the final assault, a number of planes would mass against a single ship, attacking from several directions in order to overwhelm its anti-aircraft defenses. Uniquely in the Okinawa campaign, Imperial General Headquarters decided to launch a series of special attack missions called Kikusui. These consisted of up to several hundred aircraft, supported by conventional attack aircraft. After seeing off any Allied fighters, the massed planes of the Kikusui would swoop on exposed Allied vessels, overwhelming them by sheer weight of numbers and will. To achieve maximum effect in these attacks, the Japanese developed a series of specialized weapons and deployed their most advanced warship. The Imperial Navy began to design a specialized aircraft to carry out kamikaze attacks, instead of relying on less devastating and more vulnerable conventional aircraft. The most radical design was that of Ensign Mitsuo Ota for a rocket-propelled attack plane. The result was the Yokosuka MXY-7 Oka, meaning cherry blossom. Built partly of wood, the Oka was carried underneath a G4M Betty medium bomber and released about 50 miles from the target. The pilot then held a fast glide at about 290 miles an hour. When the target was in sight, a rocket was ignited while the aircraft was pushed over into a steep dive for the last 30 seconds. Its 800-kilogram warhead would smash into the victim at over 400 miles per hour, causing massive damage. The critical weakness of the Oka was the slow and cumbersome parent aircraft needed to deliver it. On numerous occasions in the battle for Okinawa, US fighters intercepted the Okas during their approach, shredding them out of the skies. US pilots mockingly dubbed the plane Baka, meaning fool. By 1945, Allied action had reduced the Japanese submarine fleet to a shadow of its former self. To stem the tide of American naval power, the Navy diverted research and materials into more economical submersible weapons. The Kai-10, or Divine Fate, was developed by Lieutenants Hirohisi Kuroki and Sakio Nishina. It was based upon the highly effective Long Lance Type 93 oxygen-propelled shipborne torpedo. The pilot occupied a tiny cockpit equipped with a small periscope on top of the torpedo. Powered by a hydrogen peroxide engine, the Kaiten had an attack speed of 40 knots, delivering a 1.5-ton warhead. The short range of the weapon meant it had to be delivered strapped to the deck of a conventional seagoing submarine. This made launching the Kaiten a clumsy and risky affair. Having reached the target area, the parent submarine had to surface to enable the Kaiten pilots to board their boats. At a word from the pilots, the parent boat submerged, casting off the shackles holding the 4 Kaiten. Throughout this procedure, the parent submarine was exposed to detection and attack from radar-equipped enemy air and surface units. The Shinyo, known as Ocean Shaker, was a suicide attack motorboat. Made of plywood, the boats were about 18 feet long and powered by a 6-cylinder Chevrolet car engine that gave them a top speed of about 20 knots. In one version, 2 depth charges, each weighing 264 pounds, were carried on a rack behind the pilot. The tactic was for 3 boats to attack simultaneously, each seeking a vital spot alongside the enemy vessel before releasing their charges astern. A 5-second delay on the fuse was intended to give the vessel time to withdraw. In reality, however, the fragile boats stood little chance of surviving the blast waves. Consequently, pilots were promoted 2 grades and received preferential treatment. On completion of the attack, they received promotion to second lieutenant. Most of these promotions were posthumous. Another variant of the Shinyo was fitted with bow charges. This was a dedicated suicide weapon designed to be rammed at high speed into the side of an enemy vessel. There was a facility for locking the wheel during the final approach in case the pilot's courage failed at the last moment. Over 350 Shinyo boats were hidden around Okinawa. During the interwar years, the Japanese Navy tried to match the US Navy's growing strength. Battleships Yamato and Musashi. Their general design was approved in July 1936, and at 69,000 tons, they were nearly twice the size of any other battleship afloat. Despite their bulk, they were capable of an impressive 27 knots, and at the start of the war, their turning abilities were superior to any other capital ship. At the heart of their design were 9 18.1-inch guns, the most powerful guns ever placed aboard a battleship. The guns were housed in 3 turrets, each heavier than a destroyer. Each shell weighed 1.5 tons, and the designated rate of fire was over 1.5 rounds per minute. The Yamato class were also designed to absorb merciless punishment. Their armor was capable of withstanding hits from the most powerful torpedoes and from shells fired 20,000 meters away. Built under the strictest secrecy, the Yamato and Musashi entered service in 1941 and 42 respectively. Security surrounding the 2 ships was so effective that until the end of the war, Allied intelligence on their capabilities was minimal. Generally held in reserve, Yamato and Musashi saw relatively little action until the late stages of the war. Even then, they never engaged in the ship-to-ship gun duel they'd been designed to fight, as the carrier superseded the battleship as the standard of naval power. Central to the American fleet's combat power were aircraft carriers. The heavy and light carriers made up the main battle forces of Vice Admiral Mitcher's Task Force 58, often called the Fast Carrier Group because of the high speed of its capital ships. The mainstay of the Fast Carrier Group were the heavy or fleet carriers of the Essex class. Big and fast, these ships displaced over 27,000 tons and were capable of a maximum speed just in excess of 32 knots. The size and armament of the Essex carriers enabled them to withstand and inflict heavy punishment. By late 1944, kamikaze attacks prompted the US Navy to look at the defences of its carriers. There was only one way to stop a kamikaze: total disintegration, and there were only 20 seconds to do so once it came within range of the ship's guns. The Americans strengthened the Essex's anti-aircraft defences by adding more guns to create a literal wall of fire around the ship. Extra 40mm guns were fitted. They also counted 12 lethal 5-inch guns and over 60 smaller 20mm weapons amongst their armament. Great use was made of VT, or proximity fuses, installed in anti-aircraft shells. Before VT fuses were introduced, anti-aircraft fire required the shell to be delivered near the target and its detonation by a timer fuse set to the right distance. The VT fuse made destroying enemy aircraft easier by deciding the distance from the target via electrical waves reflected off the surface of the target. The combination of radar, inexperienced Japanese aircrew, and their aircraft's lack of armour transformed the VT fuse into a lethal weapon against Japanese air attacks. Okinawa was the first time that British carrier forces had operated in the Western Pacific. The 4 fleet carriers of the British task force had several features that made them less vulnerable to serious damage from aerial attack than their American cousins. Designed to operate in the narrow seas of Europe in range of land-based aircraft, British carriers were shaped by passive defence. Steel decks and armoured hangars gave their carriers greater strength, especially when under kamikaze attack. In contrast, the wooden decks of the American carriers were easily penetrated by kamikazes that exploded amongst the aircraft and combustible materials on the hangar deck below. Despite greater resilience to direct hits, British carriers inflicted far less damage than their American counterparts. Armoured hangars reduced the number of aircraft that could be carried. This made it difficult to deploy strong fighter cover over the British fleet. In offensive operations, lack of numbers meant that enemy ground defences could not be saturated. Consequently, during the Okinawa campaign, the British suffered proportionately higher rates of loss than American air groups. Central to improving the carriers' defences and protecting invasion shipping against kamikaze attacks was the quality of the fighter aircraft. The most impressive carrier-borne aircraft available during the Okinawa campaign was the Vought F-6F Corsair. Generally recognised as the finest fighter of the Second World War, development of the Corsair began as early as 1938. The first production model didn't make its initial flight until the 25th of June 1942. In order to enable the Combat Air Patrol, or CAP, to intercept kamikazes, a greater speed and rate of climb than the Hellcat was needed. With a top speed of 440 miles an hour, the Corsair was around 60 miles an hour faster than its rival. It also outclimbed the Hellcat by 800 feet per second. These superior characteristics were enhanced by a standard armament of 6 half-inch machine guns and the Corsair's ability to double as a ground attack aircraft, carrying 2 1,000-pound bombs or 8 5-inch rockets. By mid-1943, with increasing production of fleet and light carriers, the number of available task groups rose dramatically. To coordinate these groups in late 1943, Admiral Nimitz formed the Fast Carrier Force. The Fast Carrier Force had a complement of just under 1,000 aircraft and comprised 4 task groups operating in close proximity for better coordination. Allowing for ships away in dock, each group consisted of 2 fleet and 2 light carriers, with a battleship or heavy cruiser and several destroyers in support. Its strength was the high speed of its heavy ships. The battleships could keep station at 27 knots, while the carriers could maintain 30 knots for several hours. Supporting the Fast Carrier Force was an impressive logistic train. A fleet oiler and transport carrier group of 24 oilers provided fuel and replacement aircraft. Additional support came from the fleet train that for the Okinawa campaign consisted of 206 support ships. These included repair ships, floating dry docks, hospital ships, salvage vessels, ammunition, victualling and store ships. 2 impressive features of operations in 1945 were first the ability to re-ammunition heavy ships at sea. Second, the rotation of air crews between sea operations and rest ashore. During the Okinawa campaign, these factors enabled the Fast Carrier Force to maintain a high level of combat effectiveness over 92 days of action without it ever having to return to port. No fleet in history has ever sustained combat operations for so long at such intensity, so far from its home shore. The ability of the fast carriers to provide timely and effective protection relied upon advance warning of enemy aircraft. This task was given to the destroyer radar pickets and fighter direction ships. 15 radar pickets were deployed to cover all points of the compass, 50 to 70 miles from the main fleet anchorage of western Okinawa. Picket ships were concentrated in the north and northwest, areas considered the most likely approaches for Japanese attacks. 6 headquarters ships and 19 fighter direction ships were responsible for processing reports from the radar pickets and sending appropriate numbers of fighter aircraft to meet the threats. The whole line of picket ships controlled 8 to 16 fighter aircraft that could be rapidly reinforced by more aircraft on the fast and escort carrier groups. Once the landings were successfully underway, it was planned to install 2 radar stations ashore to relieve the exposed pickets. Land-based fighter aircraft would also be available to support the combat air patrol. There was some difference of opinion amongst senior naval officers about the role of radar pickets. Vice Admiral Turner stressed that their primary duty was to report air raids, leaving destruction of enemy aircraft to the cap and anti-aircraft fire. Turner's replacement in mid-May, Vice Admiral Hill, considered reporting secondary to the destruction of enemy aircraft and breaking up their formations. Despite this confusion, the radar pickets played a vital role in protecting the invasion fleet massed off Okinawa. Unfortunately, their exposed positions and lack of defensive firepower against multiple attacks meant that they suffered heavy losses. 5 were sunk and 16 were damaged.
By 1944, the Balkans were in the front line as the Red Army advanced into Eastern Europe. The complex politics of the region, partisan factions, and the involvement of British SOE agents all played their part in the battle. The eventual fate of the Balkans was to have repercussions for the rest of the 20th century. When the British Expeditionary Force had been forced back to home shores in the summer of 1940, it looked as though Hitler had achieved his strategic objectives. France, Belgium and Holland had all fallen, and the division of Poland had cemented the German-Soviet pact. However, it soon became clear that Hitler's long-held hatred of Bolshevism and his desire to acquire the rich grain reserves of southern Russia would drive him to attempt the unthinkable, an invasion of the Soviet Union and the opening of a huge Eastern Front. It was clear to Hitler that in order to achieve his objectives, he would have to secure his southern flank, and this meant neutralizing the Balkans. Persuasive German diplomacy secured the allegiance of Hungary, Romania, and the rather reluctant Bulgaria. On the 6th of April 1941, Germany simultaneously invaded Greece and the bitterly divided Yugoslavia. With the armistice signed on the 17th of April, Yugoslavia was in German hands, and on the 27th of April, German troops marched into Athens. The capitulation of the Balkans had given Hitler the southern security, manpower and natural resources he needed for an invasion of the Soviet Union. Operation Barbarossa was launched on the 21st of June 1941. The events of the next 3 years proved it to be a fatal decision. After a lightning advance which had almost seen the swastika flying over Moscow, by the beginning of 1943, Hitler's forces were being thrown back by a combination of bad weather, mechanical superiority, and a seemingly endless supply of Russian manpower. The German tide was on the ebb.
The stage was now set for the final battles, to expel the Germans from the Balkans. The German Army Group South Ukraine, squeezed into territory south of a huge Russian salient, now risked complete severance from the rest of the German armies to the north, and of being isolated, together with the remaining garrisons in the Balkans, from their homeland. Hitler delayed in ordering a withdrawal until it was almost too late. As it was, the Russian offensive, beginning on the 20th of August 1944, swept like an avalanche against Army Group South Ukraine. Malinovsky and Tolbukin, with the 2nd and 3rd Ukrainian fronts, reached the Danube in a week, trapping the German 6th and Romanian 3rd armies. For the latter, it was the end. Within a month, all Romania was in Russian hands. The next German ally to defect was Bulgaria. As the Russian 3rd Ukrainian front crossed the Danube, heading south from Constanza on the 28th of August, the Bulgarian government decided to follow the Romanian example, declaring war on Germany on the 4th of September. The results of the collapse of the Romanians and Bulgarians were calamitous for the Germans. Their southeastern front was disintegrating. The vital oil supplies essential to the Nazi war effort had been irretrievably lost. Soviet forces commanded by Marshal Malinovsky surged into Hungary at the end of September, linking with the 4th Ukrainian front under Marshal Petrov. Horthy, realizing too late that he'd been hoodwinked by Hitler and used as a pawn, sought an armistice with the Russians in October 1944. On Hitler's orders, German agents kidnapped his son as a hostage, and Horthy himself was deposed, arrested, and carried off to Germany as a prisoner, to be released by the Allies in 1945. Meanwhile, the Russians closed in on Budapest, defended vigorously by General Freisner and what was left of the once formidable Army Group South. Bitter street fighting ensued. By the end of January 1945, the garrison's food supplies were exhausted. After dark on the 11th of February, there was a last desperate attempt to break out. But of more than 16,000 would-be escapers, only a few hundred made it. On the 13th of February, the Russians took the surrender of over 30,000 haggard survivors. Army Group South had ceased to exist. Only in one sphere could Hitler derive comfort. Despite the Allied aerial bombardment, war production had soared under the inspired direction of Albert Speer, the former architect, appointed by Hitler as Minister of Armaments, aged only 38, in 1942. Appreciating the threat posed by the steadily growing weight of the Allied bombing offensive against the heavy industry of the Reich, he set about dispersing what he could, chiefly the light industries engaged in the production of components and electronics, around the countryside, where area bombing was ineffectual. The heavy industries based on the Ruhr Valley had indeed suffered heavily from the bombing, but alternative factories for the prefabrication of major assemblies for aircraft, submarines and fighting vehicles, many of them deeply buried underground in caves, came online in 1943. Until September 1944, coal and steel production continued at levels as high as in the previous year, but the loss of the Silesian coalfields was significant. In the first 3 months of 1944, over 71 million tons of coal were mined in Germany, but in the last quarter of the year, the figure had fallen to less than 50 million. Despite the bombing, the foundries and forges of the Ruhr continued to produce quantities of the drop forgings and castings that could only be produced there. The Allied planners were slow to realize that the highly developed German rail and canal system, still reasonably intact and run with customary efficiency, was the key to continued German production and distribution. As an example of success in this direction, the US Air Force repeatedly bombed the tank factory at Kassel, where the Tiger tank was produced. In midsummer 1944, it had turned out over 100 a month, but production fell to a trickle of under 40. Incredibly, as Speer redeployed his workers and adapted his industrial strategy to the situation, many factories were still turning out consumer goods for the domestic market. The Nazi Party organization used propaganda freely to convince the German people and the neutrals that life was going on perfectly normally within the Reich. As the war drew into its final year, the aim was to unite the masses and create a national spirit of resistance to the Allies once they had set foot on the sacred soil of the fatherland. This policy was directed and coordinated sedulously by Dr. Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda. Whereas the German people had previously been taught from childhood that the German army was the German people under arms, they now had to realize, in Goebbels' words, that the German people under arms has become the German army. A slogan widely used in conscripting the elderly and very young into the Volkssturm divisions, whose hopeless task was to arrest the Soviet avalanche fast approaching from the east. Newsreels aimed at the non-combatant nations continued to show happy groups of schoolchildren on winter sports holidays, and factory workers cheerfully turning out copious supplies of consumer goods. Although Allied propaganda had long proclaimed that Germans were living at starvation level, they were remarkably well fed, as long as the produce of the occupied lands in the west was available. Dairy products from the Netherlands and Denmark, food and wines of all sorts from France, fish and seafood from Norway. It mattered little that the populations of most of these countries, having parted with the best of their produce, were quickly reduced to starvation. As the American and British forces began to close in from the west, the German population had to face a number of displeasing realities that became stark as the German borders were crossed by the invader. The food supplies from the occupied lands dried up, and as the Americans moved relentlessly into Germany itself, fire was automatically opened up on any house not displaying white flags. Any desire to conform with Dr. Goebbels' calls for resistance to the death evaporated when even a single gunshot aimed near Allied troops resulted in immediate artillery response and the destruction of all buildings in sight. The German army groups E and F, deployed in Greece and Yugoslavia, now risked being cut off from home as the Russians headed into Hungary and toward the glittering prize of Budapest. Both had to run the gauntlet if they were to make it back to Germany. Their painful march to temporary safety was harried all the way through Greece, Albania and Yugoslavia by partisans, now well supplied with arms and equipment, largely through the good offices of the SOE and the British military mission. The royalist Yugoslav guerrilla leader General Mihailović, who had started as the favourite for Allied sponsorship back in 1941, had long since fallen from grace as the result of his inactivity and strong suspicions that he'd arrived at a compact with the German occupying forces. At the end of the war, his former backers made little or no attempt to save him from Tito's vengeance, standing by impotently as Mihailović stood trial for his life at the hands of a people's court and was duly executed. Mihailovic's rival for leadership of the Yugoslav partisan movement was one of the most remarkable figures to emerge onto the world stage in the war. Josip Broz, born in 1892 into a poor Croatian family, abandoned the Catholicism of his childhood for communism at an early age. He'd served in the Austro-Hungarian army during World War I, but after being captured by the Imperial Russian Army on the Eastern Front in 1915, he was fired by the revolution, joined the Red Army and stayed in Russia until 1920, where he received a thorough grounding in Marxist doctrine. Such was his talent that he spent the interwar years as a faithful agent of Moscow. Broz was now known universally by his nickname, Tito. When the Germans invaded Yugoslavia in 1941, he was living in Zagreb and immediately complied with party instructions to resist the invader once these had been approved. As he took to the hills to create a partisan army owing allegiance to Moscow, so did Mihailović, whose loyalties lay with his exiled king. His partisans were known as Chetniks, and initially it seemed that they were operating effectively against the Germans and their allies. The two partisan leaders met in September 1941 and again in the following month, but it was immediately apparent that their respective agendas were mutually hostile. Soon their activities were known to the Allies, and British officers were inserted into Yugoslavia in order to contact the partisans and coordinate their activities. These officers came under the British Special Operations Executive, or SOE, which continued to involve itself with varying degrees of success in the ever-increasingly complex politics of the Yugoslav resistance. Mihailović, as a career officer of the old royalist army and a rabid Serb nationalist, detested socialism and was temperamentally incapable of working alongside Tito's communists. Nevertheless, he continued to receive support from SOE in the form of weaponry, munitions, and the services of training and liaison officers, until it became apparent that the Chetniks were devoting more energy to fighting Tito's partisan organization than the Germans. In the summer of 1942, there was a disturbing report from the SOE liaison officer with the Chetniks, indicating that the partisans were carrying out far more effective anti-German operations, and that the Chetniks were also engaged in a running quarrel with a Croatian organization, the Ustaše, that was actively collaborating with the Italian occupation forces. These numbered some 20 divisions, deployed in Yugoslavia and Albania, but withdrawn following Italy's surrender in September 1943. It was also discovered that the Chetniks were accepting supplies of arms and ammunition from the Germans for use against the communists. British support for them was therefore withheld in 1944, causing them to lean more than ever towards the Germans. Meanwhile, Tito's guerrillas were stepping up their activities, at the same time bidding against Mihailović for British aid. In May 1943, a team of British officers parachuted into Croatia with the aim of contacting Tito and assessing his partisans' capabilities. They reported favourably, and the decision was made to concentrate SOE support on Tito. Their arrival came at an opportune moment, for the Germans had embarked on a campaign of extermination against the partisans, aided by Italian and Bulgarian troops as well as Chetniks. This was the fifth and most aggressive anti-guerrilla operation, and the British officers found themselves, with Tito's headquarters, as fugitives in the wild Croatian mountain fastnesses. Chased into Montenegro in June, the partisans and their British advisors had to fight their way out of a huge trap, losing 8,000 partisans, men and women, in the process. Winston Churchill, greatly impressed by Tito's performance, appointed Brigadier Fitzroy Maclean, a former diplomat, as his personal representative to the partisan leader. Maclean was duly parachuted into Tito's headquarters, and his subsequent report resulted in a considerable increase in British support. The German pressure was maintained, some 13 German and 4 Bulgarian divisions being deployed in anti-guerrilla operations. At one stage, Tito had to be spirited out of the country by the British and taken to Italy. He was then installed on the offshore island of Vis, to which he was taken in a British destroyer, whose young captain was fascinated when Tito recited The Owl and the Pussycat in the wardroom after dinner. The British Balkan Air Force was now dedicated to supporting the partisans. Apart from hundreds of supply drops, its Beaufighter aircraft ranged far and wide to engage German positions and harass their lines of communication. From the island of Vis, Tito went to Moscow for an audience with Stalin. Amongst subjects discussed was the delicate matter of the entry of Soviet forces into Yugoslavia, for which Tito, possibly tongue-in-cheek, granted permission on Stalin's promise, which curiously was kept, that the Soviet forces would be withdrawn as soon as they were no longer required for military purposes. Elements of the Red Army crossed the border from Romania in September 1944. This had an instant effect on the German High Command, as it threatened the withdrawal routes of their Army Group E along the Adriatic coast. The capital, Belgrade, fell to a combined entry of Red Army and partisans on the 20th of October. Up in the hills of Slavonia, in eastern Croatia, a party of British liaison officers watched developments with interest as winter drew in. Their aim in life was to impede the passage of Army Group E. Captain Maurice Sutcliffe of the Royal Irish Fusiliers kept watch on the road and rail links between Belgrade and Zagreb. His instructions were to arrange supply drops and help escaping aircrew and former prisoners of war, and gather intelligence, identify targets for airstrikes, and generally help the partisans. This partisan group had rich pickings on this vital communication route, and their saboteur partisans, the Divizzante, made the most of it, armed with explosive coal, an SOE nasty, which was placed in the railway coal yard stacks. Their elimination became a matter of urgency for the German High Command. Sutcliffe had other diversions too. His hideout area was under the path of British and American bombers based in Italy, bound for targets further north, in Austria and Romania. A number of these were shot down over Yugoslavia by fighters or ground fire, and those of their crews who bailed out found themselves adding to the strength of partisan groups. Sutcliffe's was augmented in November 1944 by the crew of a Wellington bomber. As he recounted, "Guests such as the Wellington crew were ever welcome in our tiny hut in the hills. We gave them some food and a few items of warm clothing, and reported to the SOE base in Italy that they were safe. Arranging a pickup was not always easy, since opportunities for night pickups were very limited, and we were forever vulnerable to rapid penetration of our area by the Germans. Normally one had some warning, but on this occasion almost none. No time to prepare a rucksack with food, only time to grab our radio crystals and codes and head straight into the higher hills and forests." The Wellington crew had no warm clothing, only battle dress, Sutcliffe's group were pretty fit after a long spell in the mountains, but the RAF crew found the going of the next 24 hours pretty exhausting. The partisan commander, a veteran since 1941 when the German army invaded, knew the local hills well, which enabled them to keep a step ahead of their pursuers. Enduring extreme cold and hunger, they eventually reached an old logging camp. Using their suitcase radio, an SOE speciality, Sutcliffe's party were able to contact their headquarters at Bari in southern Italy, and after further adventures, the Wellington crew were picked up off a snow-covered ad hoc airstrip by a Dakota with a fighter escort and flown to safety. By the end of October 1944, most of Hungary was in Russian hands. The hapless Horthy was a captive of the Germans, and at the end of the year, Budapest was under siege. The German garrison was under Hitler's orders to fight to the end, for its early capture would allow the Russians to pour across the Hungarian plain and on into Vienna. Tolbukin's Third Ukrainian Front had already bypassed Budapest and was heading for Vienna, but its flanks were imperiled, and on orders from Moscow, he turned back to deal with the resolute defenders of the Hungarian capital. Such was the German High Command's appreciation of the crisis that they had heavily reinforced the Hungarian front. Army Group South, though battered, still had plenty of fight left and counterattacked against Malinovsky's Second Ukrainian Front as it started its attack on Budapest in mid-October 1944. The Russians were temporarily halted, and when their attack resumed at the end of the month, they found themselves confronted by 12 German divisions. Their advance towards the city centre was contested every inch of the way, and in mid-November they had still not taken the city, now largely in ruins. The defenders were, however, now isolated, as the main German front line, along the River Drava, had recoiled over 100 miles to the west, with one flank on the foothills of the Carpathian Mountains and the other anchored on Lake Balaton. The siege of Budapest continued into the new year. Its defenders continued to resist fiercely and held out until mid-February 1945. The line of the Carpathian Mountains divided the main Russian front in two sectors and effectively created two separate campaigns. To the south, the battle for the remainder of Hungary, while to the north, the Red Army headed purposefully for Berlin. If the Russians in Hungary thought that victory was within sight, they were to be cruelly disillusioned. The Germans showed that even when short of fuel and with heavily depleted tank forces, they could still outfight their clumsier opponents, skillfully using roads and railways to shift their pressure from flank to flank in order to save precious fuel and track mileage on their tanks. A final counterattack aimed at relieving the Budapest defenders got to within 15 miles of the city in late January 1945. But Hitler forbade a breakout attempt, and sheer fatigue and fuel shortage brought the rescue bid to a standstill. The Russians now deployed a siege train of heavy artillery to batter the defense into submission. As in Yugoslavia, SOE had sent British liaison officers into Greece early in the German occupation. Indeed, some British soldiers, cut off from their units in the retreat of 1941, spent the entire war among the Greek and Cretan partisans. The liaison officers had to be prepared for almost anything once they were parachuted into occupied Greece. All were aware of the Hitler directive ordering the execution of any Allied personnel caught whilst working with guerrillas, and many found that the internal political divisions in occupied Greece could result in their being betrayed at any moment. Typical of them was a 35-year-old Cambridge Classics don, Nicholas Hammond. Before the war, as a fellow of Clare College, he'd visited Greece many times to explore archaeological sites and knew the country intimately, as well as being fluent in modern as well as classical Greek. Hammond's linguistic skills, as well as his knowledge of Greece and Albania, were duly recognised, and after what he described as minimal training in the use of explosives, he was sent to Athens in midsummer 1940 with the aim of raising a rebellion against the Italians in Albania. The Greek authorities promptly expelled him, and he went on to Palestine, where he trained a motley band of Greek dissidents, mostly communists, in the arts of demolition and sabotage. In October 1940, Mussolini's ultimatum to Greece led to invasion, and Hammond returned to Greece and continued to train Greek recruits. The arrival of the Germans early in April 1941 in support of the flagging Italian invasion turned the scales decisively. The Greek army was outflanked and laid down its arms 2 weeks later. When the British and Empire forces were forced from the mainland, then Crete, Hammond's sabotage academy moved to Palestine, from where, beginning in 1942, he and others were dropped by parachute into Greece. Arriving in February 1943, Hammond would spend the next 12 months closely involved in a particularly unpleasant war. All partisans, or andates, captured were summarily shot, often after prolonged torture to extract information. The partisans, whether the communist Elas or the Ides, loyal to the Greek government in exile in Egypt, were equally ruthless. It soon became alarmingly clear to Hammond and his colleagues that Elas, while professing unqualified loyalty to the Allied cause, were in fact hostile towards British interference in what they saw as Greek internal affairs. They had their own agenda, which was nothing less than the seizure of power once the Germans had been dealt with. The British liaison officers with the partisans redoubled their efforts to bring the rival groups together. Ides, who were now taking on German garrison units and beating them, had generally performed better and with higher morale than Elas. By now it was clear that many Elas partisans who had joined as patriotic Greeks were disillusioned by the political slant of the movement and wished to desert and join with the British in fighting the Germans. Hammond therefore recommended that regular Greek army units should be infiltrated into Elas and Ides-controlled areas in order to bring the two groups together in a common cause. Meanwhile, the war in the Balkans approached its denouement. Hammond asked to be relieved and flew out of Greece. He had already concluded that the affairs of SOE were being directed by officials with strong left-wing leanings, and that this had adversely affected policy with regard to clandestine warfare throughout the Balkans. In mid-September 1944, the Germans began to pull out of Greece, first from the Peloponnese and by the end of the month from Macedonia. British forces returned to Greece in the same month and were in Athens by mid-October, where a provisional government of national unity was installed pending general elections and a plebiscite on the return of the monarchy. But trouble was at hand. The Greek premier in exile, George Papandreou, had come to an agreement with the diverse partisan groups that they would operate under the British General Scobie to restore order on the departure of the Germans. British commandos and airborne troops therefore occupied Athens in mid-October to discover that Elas and EAM were militantly opposed to Papandreou's government and about to rise in a military coup to fill the political vacuum. General Scobie sensed impending disaster and was hurriedly reinforced by an armoured brigade and the arrival at the end of November of the 4th Indian Division. Almost at once, Elas attempted to take over a number of key towns, as well as the city of Athens. Open fighting broke out on the 5th of December, and at first Elas appeared to be gaining ground. But in mid-December, a British division arrived. British and Indian troops were soon active throughout the country, restoring order and dealing with outbreaks of armed insurrection. It was a bitter and at times savage campaign. The rebels wore no uniform, and on many occasions advanced behind screens of women and children. In the final stages of the battle in Athens, over 200 rebels were killed or wounded, and 500 taken prisoner, though many more escaped. The cost was high. In the 5th Parachute Battalion, there were over 100 casualties, and the 6th Battalion lost all its company commanders, killed or wounded. A ceasefire was negotiated, and a month later, the Greek central government and the representatives of EAM and ELAS signed an agreement leading to the disarming of all revolutionary forces, the release of hostages, and the creation of a new national army. British forces then went ahead with the reoccupation of the whole country. Elsewhere in the Balkans, warfare continued on a titanic scale. Even now, the Germans were fighting hard, despite the certainty of final defeat. Konyev's first Ukrainian front now swung north to join in the final killing session, the fall of Berlin, where the Russians began their final assault on the 15th of April. The German collapse on the Eastern Front was due to a number of factors, any one of which could have lost them the war. Hitler's obsession of never losing an inch of ground, his faith in secret weaponry, much of which could have been in service months before it actually came online because of his continual interference over design and employment, the fuel shortage arising from the loss of the strategic oil fields of Russia and Romania, the Allied Air Force's destruction of 90% of Germany's synthetic oil plant by January 1945, and the dilution of effort caused by what had long been Hitler's nightmare, the need to fight on multiple fronts. At the end of 1944, 100 German divisions were tied down in northwest Europe and Italy, 10 holding the tenuous lines of communication in Yugoslavia, and a further 17 garrisoning Denmark and Norway. The 157 German divisions deployed in Russia at the time of the Normandy landings in June 1944 had dwindled to 133. 50 of these were powerless to intervene in the defense of German territory, being trapped with their backs to the Baltic. The main fighting strength of the Luftwaffe had been redeployed in a desperate effort to stem the Allied strategic bomber campaign. Official German records show that on the 31st of December 1944, 1,756 out of a total day fighter strength of 2,276 and 1,242 out of 1,289 night fighters were defending the Western Front or the Reich itself. At last, the Allied bomber offensive was reaping strategic results, as the superhuman industrial effort led by Albert Speer began to crumble under the remorseless aerial bombardment. The stage was set for the climactic battles, those for the final defense of the German heartland. General Guderian, appointed Chief of the General Staff after the July bomb plot of 1944, was the inspired professional whose advice had been cast aside by Hitler and his military cronies Field Marshals Keitel and Jodl. He had long prophesied that the decisive battles would be fought along an extended front stretching from the Carpathian Mountains in the south to the shores of the Baltic. On such a strong line, he considered that the superior tactics and fighting skills of the German army would compensate for the Soviets' overwhelming predominance in manpower and material. His advice should have been heeded. After all, he had pioneered the creation of Germany's armoured forces, having closely studied the works of British military prophets such as Basil Liddell Hart and General Boney Fuller. Guderian was an able writer and pamphleteer, and his book Achtung Panzer went into numerous editions. Put into practice in 1940, it was instrumental in the destruction of the Anglo-French forces. Nothing he could say would prevail, however, in council with Hitler, and he was sacked in March 1945 after a particularly heated argument with the Führer. His theories had not been neglected, however, by the Russian generals. Realizing that their tank crews were ill-educated compared to those of the Wehrmacht and incapable of sophisticated battle tactics, they geared their equipment and doctrines accordingly, relying on weight of numbers and simplicity of tank design. Having discovered the advantage of the American-designed Christie suspension, using large road wheels instead of a complex suspension, as in most early Allied tanks, they developed the T-34 and its crude but lethal anti-tank derivative, the Su-100. They added a super-heavy tank with the aim of outgunning the German Tiger. All these were so designed that they could be driven away from the factory, if necessary, straight into battle, as was actually done at Stalingrad. As the Red Army bore down on them, a mere 75 German divisions, weakened by months of hard campaigning, were deployed on a front of 600 miles in East Prussia and across the Polish plain. The drive for Berlin had begun on the 12th of January 1945, as Marshal Konyev's first Ukrainian front threw itself over the upper Vistula. Berlin was now a bare 300 miles distant. The land was in the grip of a savage winter, and the going rock hard for the thousands of Soviet tanks pouring through the gaping gap in the already thin German defences. 180 Red Army divisions were put into the fight. Marshal Zhukov's first Belarusian front enveloped Warsaw and took the ruined city on the 17th of January. Hitler had now moved back to Berlin. He was never to leave the city again, and set up his headquarters in the bunker under the Reichschancellery, from where he continued to issue increasingly unrealistic directives to his field commanders. Although fighting continued in Hungary after the fall of Budapest, the country whose government had thrown in its lot with Nazi Germany now drifted away from its protective alliance and towards the communist bloc. One of its generals, Miklos, the former commander of the Hungarian First Army, saw which way the wind was blowing and was duly set up with Soviet backing as head of a provisional government in waiting, prepared to seize power once the fighting was over. Hitler still believed that the situation along the Danube Valley could be retrieved, and ordered the remnants of the Wehrmacht's uncommitted armour, some 600 tanks, to the southern front following the failure of the Ardennes offensive, in a desperate attempt to regain Budapest. It was doomed to failure from the start. Guderian had to brief Hitler with the unpalatable information that his chief of intelligence, Colonel Gehlen, had forecast a resumption of the Red Army's onward surge across the whole of the Eastern Front, and that it would begin on the 12th of January 1945. Adding that the defenders of the Reich would be outnumbered 11-1 in infantry, 7-1 in armour, and 20-1 in artillery. Hitler, never ready to accept adverse news, ordered Guderian to sack Gehlen, to which he replied that he might as well sack his chief of staff as well. The Soviet advance had now acquired so much impetus that it was unstoppable. Budapest had in fact gone beyond redemption, its 16,000 surviving garrison virtually wiped out as they attempted to break out westwards. Despite this, Hitler ordered one final offensive, launching his last 600 tanks and 31 exhausted divisions, many down to skeletal strengths, into a forlorn hope along the shores of Lake Balaton. In charge of this operation, codenamed Frühlingswagen, was the commander of 6th SS Panzer Army, the redoubtable SS Oberstgruppenführer Sepp Dietrich, fresh from the disastrous Battle of the Bulge in the Ardennes. Although the spring thaw was setting in, little or no attempt was made to test the going for the tanks, and in the swampy plain, the 60-ton Royal Tigers bogged down, many to their turrets once off the roads. But the SS fighting spirit was still evident, and Dietrich's was an elite formation, however ravaged by casualties. The Russians reeled before the ferocity of the German attack, and Tolbukin called for backup from 9th Guards Tank Army. But the Germans' fuel ran out, and sheer battle fatigue brought the attack to a halt. Leaving hundreds of stalled tanks on the battlefield, 6th Panzer Army recoiled up the Danube Valley towards Vienna. Panic now seized the whole German populace as the Russians entered the borders of the Reich. Refugees in their hundreds of thousands clogged the roads heading west. Their worst fears, already fed by Goebbels' propaganda, were realized in the appalling conduct of the triumphant Red Army. Rape was endemic, and few of the women who were unable to escape avoided it, no matter what their age. This had been a war in which both sides were fired by bitter racial hatred. As the German army recoiled within its national borders, thousands of former slave laborers sought to revenge themselves on their erstwhile captors. Readily armed by the Russians, they became a hideous rabble of undisciplined, drink-sodden irregulars, massacring women and children indiscriminately. General Guderian later described the experience of his own family. On the 20th of January, the enemy set foot on German soil. This was the beginning of the last act. Early that morning, I learned that the Russians had reached the German frontier at a point east of Hohensalz. My wife left Diepenhof in the Warthegau a half hour before the first shells began to fall. She had had to stay until the last possible moment, since her earlier departure would have been the signal for the civilian population to flee. She was under continual supervision by the party. "6 million Russian troops were now heading towards Berlin, and by the beginning of March were on the banks of the Elbe, a bare 60 miles from their goal. Guderian, who had continued to enjoy the respect, if not the friendship, of Hitler, was finally sacked after yet another confrontation with the Führer on the 21st of March, and thankfully made his way westwards, where he was taken prisoner by the Americans on the 10th of May, 5 years to the day from the start of his first great campaign in France. Days before he was dismissed, Guderian recalled that whilst Hitler intended to arrange for the destruction of all factories, water and electrical installations, railways and bridges, Speer had rightly pointed out that such a crazy deed must result in mass misery and death to the population, on a scale never before seen in history. Guderian immediately drafted orders laying down defense lines throughout Germany, which were to be held. Only in front of these were Hitler's demolitions to be implemented. Nothing else whatever in Germany was to be destroyed. All installations that served to feed the populace and to provide it with work were to remain untouched. Guderian took his draft to Jodl, who had to be informed of its contents, since it dealt with a matter concerning all parts of the armed forces. When he saw him again on the following day and asked him what Hitler's reaction had been, Jodl gave him an order of Hitler's to read, which was the exact contrary of Speer's and Guderian's intentions. It read, "If the war should be lost, then the nation too will be lost. That would be the nation's unalterable fate. There is no need to consider the basic requirements that a people needs in order to continue a primitive life. On the contrary, It is better ourselves to destroy such things, for this nation will have proved itself the weaker, and the future will belong exclusively to the stronger Eastern nations. Those who are alive after the battles are over are in any case only inferior persons, since the best will have fallen. The Nazi hierarchy was coming apart as Hitler penned this memorandum. He continued to pin his faith in a mythical last-minute deliverance, issuing strings of wild orders, redeploying non-existent armies, and raging against any who, like Guderian and Speer, dared question his decisions. Guderian's replacement as Army Chief of Staff, Colonel General Hans Krebs, was also a level-headed realist who, like his predecessor, issued orders countering the demolitions, and enough of the national infrastructure survived to support the defeated nation after the final surrender. When Hitler committed suicide on the 30th of April, most of his closest associates had distanced themselves from him as they sought individually to make their own surrender terms. Goering and Himmler were already in Allied hands. Speer's open opposition to Hitler in the final months of the war, together with his readiness to admit his share of guilt for the transgressions of the Third Reich when put on trial at Nuremberg, saved him from the gallows, and he served 20 years of imprisonment before emerging from Spandau jail in 1966 to pursue a writer's career until his death in 1981. The fall of Vienna in mid-April spelt the virtual end of the campaign that had swept through the Balkans. The German Army Group South had all but disintegrated, but Army Group Center, under General Schörner, an unregenerate Nazi, was still in the field and holding out in Czechoslovakia as Berlin fell. It was thus the only sizable German force in being, and had to be dealt with. Schörner was aware of Hitler's well-known intention to form a national redoubt in the mountains on the Czech-German border, and his loyalty to the Führer would have driven him to this extremity given the chance. However, his position was hopeless. The Russians who had taken Vienna headed northwest towards Prague, and other Russian armies converged from all directions as Army Group Center contracted its perimeter until it was completely surrounded northeast of Prague, much of which was in the hands of Czech partisans by the 6th of May. 3 days later, Prague was in Russian hands. Schörner, faced with total annihilation, decided that the game was up and surrendered on the 11th of May. The war in Europe was over. Some 2 million German soldiers were streaming westwards in a desperate attempt to avert imprisonment by the Russians. They were turned back and fell into the hands of the Red Army. Elsewhere in the Balkans, the Allies discovered that amongst the thousands of surrendered personnel in their hands were whole formations made up from renegade Cossacks, White Russians and Ukrainians who'd been recruited into ethnic units of the German army to fight Bolshevism. In one of the most discreditable episodes of British diplomacy, and to the general disgust of the British officers and soldiers ordered to supervise the operation, these people, together with their families, were also handed over to the Russians, at whose hands they faced certain execution. In Yugoslavia, power was assumed by Tito, who managed to retain his independence from Moscow, first as Prime Minister, then President, until his death in 1980. While he lived, he managed to sustain a fair degree of unity amongst his widely disparate people. But this quickly evaporated, leading to a state of near anarchy and civil war, as ancient enmities were rekindled between Orthodox and Catholic, Christian and Muslim. Elsewhere in the Balkans, it would be over 40 years before the iron grip of Moscow was prized loose, and the countries of the former Warsaw Pact recovered their independence.